Okay, welcome everybody. That's round 4 of Berlin Grand Prix. FIDE World Chess Grand Prix, stage 3 in Berlin, same as stage 1 is Berlin, by the way. And round 4, round before the free day, and here we are again with Jesse February.
Hi, Miro. How you doing?
Well, a little bit lower on energy levels for whatever reason. Maybe I'm getting tired. Maybe I'm getting ready for the free day, which is tomorrow. Right.
Definitely. I saw you cracking a can of energy. Is it an energy drink that I saw?
Yeah, it does look like a Guinness can, but it's not. Yeah, that's some energy drink. Yeah.
Not to fool anyone there.
Yeah. All right, and we have round 4, which is basically round 1 with colors reversed, right? So
Right.
We are shown. Okay. So this is the pools situation, right? Not so many results we had yet to date, right? It was 4 games decisive in round 1, then 8 draws, and then 7 draws yesterday. So Pool A, 1 single result, Aronian beating Nakamura. Today they are playing with the same, with reversed colors, same players, right? So Aronian in the lead, Nakamura on -1, last place. Pool B, there have been 2 results, and Vincent Keymer and Dominguez both won against Daniil Dubov. Therefore, they're
Wait, against the same player? I didn't even pay attention to that.
Dubov is in kind of on half a point out of 3, deep in the bottom of a cross table. Lenier and Vincent share the first place for the time being. Pool C, Pool D, situation identical to Pool A. 1 result only. In Pool C, it's Alexander Predke who's leading, facing MVL, and Nikita Vitigo facing Amin Tabatabai, also the player who he beat in round 1. So that's quite interesting. And once again, A, C, and D, sort of a symmetrical situation. So leader faces the outsider, sort of, right?
Yeah, so all of them have played each other in the pool, and now they're sort of just repeating it from round 3 to 6. So now we'll see. Is it 3? No, it's round 4 to 6. My apologies. Yes, no, I clearly need to brush up on my mathematics.
All right.
So we saw in the first game it was Aronian versus Nakamura. And somehow Nakamura caved, so I'm wondering if he has some sort of strat going into today. I know yesterday he played the King's Indian defense, hoping to get more of a sharp line or maybe result out of the opening, as you mentioned.
He did get the sharp position. He just he didn't enjoy it all that much, right? And would Oparin have found this bishop f5 move that we were talking about, I think Nakamura would have been even more depressed than he is. So those are the pairs for Pool A. I believe we have colors wrong or whatever. Anyway, Nakamura is having white pieces, same as Oparin has white against Yesipenko. So apparently colors are off, but that's okay. So Pool A, Pool B. Here, for a change, we have colors right. No, same, yeah? Well, okay, the player at the bottom, which I would expect to be black play, in our case is a white player, right? So Shahriar Mamedyarov, white against Vincent Keymer, Lenier Dominguez, white against Daniil Dubov.
Indeed. So these are the pairings that we see sort of the other way around. And a joke that I do know that's kind of like a dry joke, but this would be the pairings in Australia because everything's upside down there.
Absolutely. Wesley white against Sam Shankland, MVL white against Predke.
Yeah.
Quite interested to see what happens in MVL Predke game. And finally, Pool D, there has to be what? No, that's Pool B, that's been there, right? Pool D, okay. Yu Yangyi with Anish Giri and Amin Tabatabai against Nikita Vitigov. That's it. That is it. And we are kicking off with Hikaru and Levon. And the Berlin in Berlin makes a lot of sense as Hikaru put himself, I guess, right?
Yeah, indefinitely.
Knight f6 was met with d3, so it's one of those anti-Berlins, right?
And bishop to c5.
Let me adjust the board a little bit. This looks better. Yeah, bishop to c5, c3, and d5, right? I think that's exactly what was happening yesterday for Levon. Right? Was it Yesipenko Aronian? I think it was. I think it was.
Was it e takes d5, queen takes, and bishop c4?
Yeah, exactly. E d5, queen d5, and bishop c4, queen d6. And then we were talking about, I was not able to tell if white has won or lost the tempo, right? There was something.
Okay.
There was some discussion like that.
Oh yeah, I remember. We were talking about it being the gioco piano,
Yeah,
and then we weren't really sure. Yeah.
Yeah, so e takes
Well,
d5.
you took quite quickly.
Yeah, and look,
Main move.
Naka, interesting. I mean, I have no clue whatsoever about the theory of this line. It's just that Naka in both his games versus Levon, he kind of picked up someone else's opening, right? He played the sharp Dominguez line, kind of, from Berlin stage 1, right, from the semifinals, in first game against Levon. And then second game, he repeats exactly what Yesipenko was doing yesterday. Okay, so queen d6, and if I'm not mistaken, we've seen b4, knight d2, castle short, and queen c2 in some order. I don't quite remember if it's b4 right here, or you castle first and then you go b4, queen c2, knight d2, but yeah, something of that sort. Knight d2 quickly, okay.
Do you remember the move order of the game yesterday after queen d6?
No, that's what I'm saying. So I've I remember the set of moves that white played eventually. It's knight d2, b4, and castle. Yeah, but I don't remember how exactly it went.
Okay. So we have the Berlin and exactly what we had in sort of reverse colors. Levon was playing white in the game against who was he? He played Yesipenko.
No, he wasn't playing white. He was playing the same colors.
He played the same colors.
Absolutely.
I thought he played white.
No.
Okay.
No, he had. It was the same colors. Yeah. So he repeats. He repeats black. Yeah. He repeats black. Yes, knight d2, castles b4, bishop b6. Yeah, I think it's just exact repetition. Yeah, castle short, bishop f5, queen c2. If, let's say, if they follow the previous game, so it has to be bishop f5, queen c2, rook to d8, knight e4, and this is what happened yesterday. Queen e2,
oh, yes, we
queen
spoke
e2,
about this,
queen
yes.
g6, h3, bishop takes, bishop g5, and then, according to what computer was suggesting, king h8 was very strong. King h8.
I remember you were even
f6,
discussing just leaving the bishop to take the knight on f3. And it wouldn't necessarily be the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, you have an open G file, but there's some compensation.
Yeah, so let's see. Well, normally I would expect Naka to have some idea going for this, right? So he's not just blindly repeating the line. And let's see if Levon kind of deviates first, or he trusts his preparation and everything is okay. Bishop f5 played relatively quickly. I really want
Bishop
to,
F5.
you know, I really want to stay on this one till the point that someone plays a new move. So they deviate,
Okay.
they deviate from, you know, from Yesipenko game. Queen to c2.
We'll still see. We're still seeing rather move for move exactly what we saw yesterday, and then now we should expect knight e4.
Rook d8 first. It's black to move, right? So rook d8.
Yes, rook
A
d8
to
and
d8, knight e4.
Knight e4. Yeah.
Yeah. First of all, there's no guarantee rook a d8 is happening. But on the other hand, it's the kind of Levon's choice to go for this d5 move. So then everything seems to be very logical. So I presume rook d8 is sort of a preparation for the previous game, and therefore should be a good move. And there is basically no reason to change. It seems there is no reason to change. Maybe, as I was saying, remember rook a d8 and after knight e4 trade, and instead of going for this bishop g4 thing, maybe bishop e6 is kind of simpler and also kind of good enough. Bishop e6, you can play f6, you can go queen e7 if the queen is attacked. I mean, I know, bishop g5 you can actually take on c4, so even this doesn't really work. Yeah, and I'm not sure what white's doing in this case after bishop e6. I mean, because if you keep the bishop, if you go like bishop e2, probably it's not bad, but why on earth should you be better with white, right? I mean, the knight on f3 is not doing much. Bishop on e2 just stays there. You won't trap the b6. Bishop a4 will be met with a6. So, not sure really. Maybe this just works and he doesn't have to repeat the entire thing. Anyway, it seems that Aronian is in doubt about his rook d8. So, not playing it quickly at the very least.
I mean, it's not often that we see Aronian thinking, you know, before move 20.
Yeah, he seems to be very well prepared in the opening, and especially surprising is the fact that it's the same line as yesterday, and it seems that it went really well yesterday. So, or maybe that's actually why he's thinking, kind of taking it one step further and kind of having a dialogue with himself, like what's Nakamura going for, right? I've played it yesterday, it went well, so what's the point? And you kind of turn to double check, I don't know, some key points in this line. Maybe there is like other move, maybe along this sharp line, maybe there is something white can improve on, or you know, because it makes sense.
So, do you think the first one to deviate from yesterday's game will have the upper hand, inverted commas? Because obviously they would be like, okay, this is where, you know, we're changing the line. We're gonna have to start thinking on our own, and maybe he's looking for a different way forward, because he's like, okay, if I play rook d8 now, Nakamura is most definitely going to play knight e4, or even maybe found an improvement, as you mentioned.
Yeah, well, it's hard to think of any improvement after rook d8. It's a very forcing move. Because it attacks d3 and then you force knight e4, right? So when I was speaking about improvement, it's kind of later on, maybe like if they enter the whole sequence from Yesipenko game, right? Then maybe there is something. On the other hand, it's not entirely clear to me what else do you do, because like white's gonna play knight e4 anyway, most likely, and you could try to claim that, say, h6 is a useful move, for instance, and then white goes knight e4 and you still take, perhaps. Right, but is it better to have h6 played compared to rook d8? Right, it's not necessarily better. Bishop g4, and now, who knows? Maybe knight h4 even, with some knight f5 ideas. Maybe same queen e2 and so on. Right. So I'm really not sure. I think Levon just, you know, just takes a little pause, will spend few moves, but will end up playing rook a to d8. Okay, shall we take a look at the other game then, since he started to think? So,
sounds like a plan. Oparin versus
Oparin versus Yosipenko. Here, well, it's kind of too early to look at it. To be honest, it's move 8, and the position is well, not defined yet. Let's put it this way. So it was a Nimzo with e3. Bishop d3, and after d5, the main move, kind of the main move would be knight f3, c5 castles, and that's, you know, that's a big fundamental theory. Knight e2 is an alternative. cd5, ed5, a3 is, I mean, it's quite modest, I have to say. It's basically, after bishop d6, the move that black chose to play, it's the same Carlsbad structure, the Queen's Gambit structure, right? It's just that the bishop is not on g5, but rather on c1. So while it's playable, there is nothing wrong with playing this position. I don't think it should give any shot at an advantage for white, because, you know, bishop's on c1, and it's, black has way less things to care about, sort of. So c6, and you just look at, you just watch out for e4 not to be too strong. I think that's the key. So you probably play c6. I don't know. Yosipenko, in fact, spends more time. Why c6 and say not rook e8? Because knight b5 sort of forces to trade the bishop, right?
Right.
Maybe it's
so would
not,
the bishop go to d2 for white, or would it go to b2?
The bishop, the white bishop. I have no clue, to be honest. Well, most probably d2, and this is not like a real development, right? Okay, c6. I suspect it's knight e2, and over knight f3, but then there is Sam Shankland who puts it on e2, then g1, and then to f3, right? Rook e8.
So no Carlsbad.
Yeah,
is it Carlsbad?
Well, sort of, sort of Carlsbad. I mean, the bishop is not out. I mean, that makes it a little bit different, but yeah, rook e8, and then you'll play bishop d2 later on, but simply to connect the rooks. It's not like the bishop is really good placed on d2, right?
Yeah.
Not that it does much on b2 either. So that's why I'm claiming that, while in the real Queen's Gambit with bishop on g5, there is something here.
So maybe the whole point is to have the bishop stay on c1 to protect e3 when you eventually do go f3 for.
Yeah, no, but still, you need bishop d2. You need to bring the rook from a1 into the game. I don't know, to d1, e1, whatever. Why I'm posing specifically here, I'm not sure if you can castle. I mean, you probably can, but you have to watch out for such tricks. And knight g4.
Yeah, I think this works actually.
King g3, I'm not sure, because if you go to g1, it's queen h4, and it supposedly works, right?
But king g3, queen d6.
Castles, we could check it once again. Yeah, rook e8 is played, by the way. So check here, king g3, queen d6, f4. F4. I mean, it's weird because the king still stays there, right, after f4.
You have like queen h6.
You have queen h6, and but after queen h6, you still don't have a threat, sort of. So bishop d2, maybe. I mean, it's still scary, even this one. And my point is that after you've castled, you will have to watch out all the time for bishop h2, right?
Yeah.
So that's why.
Oh, he played bishop d2.
He played bishop d2, right. So now if you play knight d7 or a5 for this meta, I mean, sometimes, I think even in yesterday's game, Predke went for a5 knight a6 against Sam Shankland. It wasn't the same, but I mean the setup black chose on the queen side was pretty much identical. So after a5 you can safely castle, because in the same line, maybe that kind of highlights the point of bishop d2, the same line, the rooks are connected, and queen h6 doesn't make any sense because rook h1. So that's the difference. Bishop d2. I wonder if you should try to prevent kind of short castling by going queen c7, because queen c7 you will end up losing a tempo. Queen doesn't belong to c7. It's just that you can try to provoke some weaknesses, like by attacking it.
Yeah, I mean it would be kind of odd to play something like h3 and f3.
Yeah.
You have this gaping hole on g3 h2.
Yeah. But on the other hand, after queen c7, what if I go f3 and claim that I'm not scared of you taking on h2? And that's actually, that might be correct, because first of all I have f4 as an interesting try. f4, knight g4, you know, take on h7, already get the pawn back, and it's a very strange formation of pieces. Like, I can't really win h2 for the time being, but it's not really running away. I would believe white's better here. And alternatively, after bishop h2, strangely I have king f2, threatening g3.
Oh.
If bishop goes, then I'm capturing h7, and once again looks like white is about to triumph here. So yeah, I don't like queen c7, the move I've suggested myself. No, you should probably stick to developing pieces like a5, knight a6, or just knight d7, knight f8, knight g6. And I mean that's
maybe
what they
even like
do.
queen c7, rook c1, and you threatening even stuff like knight b5.
Yeah, so that's basically why I thought even if white has to react to queen c7, it will end up being a tempo loss, because one day, the rook goes to c1 and knight b5 or knight d5 if the f6 knight leaves will be an idea. So therefore, no, I think you just do knight d7 or something, knight d7, b6, a5, and so on. All right, once again, not the most entertaining, but one of those games when, you know, tension's gonna be building up for quite a while, and then we'll see closer to the time control what's going on. Let's move on. Let's go to exciting games.
Let's hope we see some exciting games. You have Mamedyarov versus Keymer this round.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Mamedyarov versus Keymer. Okay, it is sort of a bit more exciting. It is sort of a bit more exciting. This is the English opening.
I never thought I'd hear the words exciting and English opening being said in one sentence.
Oh, really? But then you're not following perhaps the kind of latest trends, because
latest trends.
No. I mean, and by latest, I'm not following the latest trends. So that means like latest from a couple of years ago. Magnus played a lot of English opening, and you know, and the other guys, and strangely. One would think, like, what could be more exciting than Sicilian, right? And then Sicilian knight off with bishop g5, and then Sicilian knight off with bishop g5 poison pawn variation. Like queen b6 takes on b2 and 25 moves of theory. Very sharp positions, people sacrificing pieces at each other and so on. But in reality, on this very high level, it turns out like most of the games are drawn because both players know the theory very well. And the line holds, otherwise black would not go for it, right? So the real sort of chess at the early stage of the opening is played in such positions where, like after few moves, specifically e4, knight h4 it's not a novelty, but kind of a fresh idea. They were playing knight e1, and you can kind of track it back to Cup of Kasparov times and even more than that. Yeah, knight h4 is sort of a new idea. It's quite a provocation because the knight on h4 obviously might run into some trouble, like say in this case.
I didn't actually know the new lines even existed. I mean, just like fashion, it always reaches this side of the world rather seasons later.
Yeah, no, but seriously, like people nowadays, I think, kind of the trendy way is to play untrendy openings, sort of, right? To dig in early stages and bring up something like Evans Gambit or whatever, some lines that are not
that's popular to be different.
Some lines that are not overly used and abused. D7, D6. So now, I think it's somewhere around this point. So G5 is an actual threat, right? If you say pass, I don't know, if you play Rook B1, then G5 traps the knight. The thing, however, is that, okay, Mamedyarov just played D4, and I'm happy I didn't say anything. I was not on time to say anything because I was thinking F3 is what you could have done. I mean, I'm not sure.
Does it still allow G5?
Yeah, to allow G5, to take on E4, and to play, I'm not sure what the move was. Was it D4 or D3? But I think it was kind of even some sort of a theory.
Yeah.
I mean, once again, no responsibility if I say it's a theory and you play it in your game, guys, and then you lose terribly because it's nonsense. No, I will not accept any. It's not a financial advice of some sort, right? No, but
I was wondering how D4 was going to stop G5, but the bishop is also threatening that square now.
In immediate D4, simply bishop G5's the threat. I'll see. I mean, not like a threat, but it controls G5. Yeah, think H7, H6 is what. Okay. For instance, Black goes H7, H6, and now you go F3. And now G5 technically still wins a piece, right? But after
you get like 2 pawns.
After that, I think White has just, much better position because not only you get 2 pawns, you're also threatening Bishop G5. So Black will have to sack the Rook as well for the Bishop. I mean, like go Knight G4, for instance, Bishop F8, and then I'm not even
Knight E3.
Yeah, but then I'm not even sure that you can play Knight E3 because something like that, you take on F1, right?
And then you take the pawn on H4.
Nah, move the bishop. I mean, I don't want my bishop on F8 to be taken.
Okay.
Yeah, bishop runs away,
True.
and the knight doesn't.
And where does the knight go? Yeah.
Yeah, bishop runs away and the knight doesn't. So, now I think bishop F8. Queen takes, and then some sort of queen D2, and it looks like a better position for White. I mean, I don't know what the reality is, but looks like White has to be better. So I guess it's H6, F3, and try to hold the 4 square, like not going G5, but playing some Rook E8 stuff. Anyway, that's an exciting development. That's an exciting development. And also, let's not forget the rules of chess. The pawn from E4 can capture on D3. Right?
Oh yeah, and passant.
Yeah, because some people might forget about this option, but yeah, there is E takes D3.
I definitely remembered.
E takes D3.
This is a possibility.
And then the question is, how do we recapture? Pawn takes all. Possibly even queen takes. It looks ugly, those C pawns, right? But then E4, F4 is what we are hoping to get, like a massive center, and maybe even like sacrifice the C4 pawn, but get the king side initiative. Yeah, not sure really. Like going H6, F3, Rook E8 would be more ambitious, perhaps in a strategic sense. because if white can't really break through e4 square, black might be even better, because the structure is not that great after all. And the bishop on c1 fairly restricted if it doesn't go to g5. But again, that's strategically more ambitious and therefore more risky. Right, and who knows, maybe after queen d3 you have to go back, and then it's bad. Queen d3, knight f6, white goes e4, that's almost winning for white. So queen e7 perhaps, and then who knows. Knight to f5 is an option, or wait one move and then go knight to f5. Wait for black to play with the bishop first, like wait for bishop d7, then go knight f5. Okay, so quite interesting. What's the situation? Mamedyarov's on 50%, Keymer's on +1, right?
Yes.
Yeah, same.
That's actually quite interesting to see. I mean, Keymer having more points than Mamedyarov in this pool here, but he does have 3 draws. Keymer just has 1 victory.
Yeah, Mamedyarov has 9 draws to be exact. In the Grand Prix, he had 6 in Belgrade. So he's yet to achieve what Keymer has achieved, meaning to win first game in the Grand Prix. Right.
That's true, but he can also boast that he hasn't lost a game.
Yeah, that's correct. But on the other hand, you have to win the group, right, to go further. It's not that Keymer done that, but without winning the game, it's very hard to imagine doing so. Yeah, so, well, no, seriously, it's not the case in this tournament, but it's always been a debate, 50%, like 50% of all the points. How do you score them? By making all draws or losing half and winning half, right? And if we think of your career as one kind of session, one tournament, like a really, really long distance, then obviously more sort of profitable, even in terms of winning prizes, qualifying for some stuff, would be like win a lot of games and then lose a lot of games, because it might happen not at the same tournament, and then at least you won the tournament where you won a lot of games, right? And when you're making all draws, you are very solid, but that's it. You've never won a tournament in your life, it means, right? I mean, if all the games are drawn.
That's true. I never really thought about it. I thought, some draws in a pool, it'll be enough to come first, but you actually have to win at least 1 or 2 games.
Absolutely. You can't win. The maximum you can achieve with draws is like a tie for the first through last, right? If like everyone finishes on a 50% mark, but then the tiebreak comes, and then you still have to win the tiebreak somehow.
Yeah.
Okay, so Keymer is thinking, as it looks, he's got perhaps decision should be such, en passant or not en passant, because h6 is not the only move, right? I mean, if you are not taking on d3, you could think of rook e8 first, because bishop g5 is not yet that threatening. You'll play h6 now. So you could think of rook e8, you might indeed go h6. But yeah, so the main debate is, do I take on d3 or I don't?
Yeah, and it has to be made now. It's not something you can consider later
absolutely.
on.
Variant, Jesse, that we could think of. Remember, we were trying a couple of times. We were trying already to invent new chess variants, and then the en passant rule stays for as long as the pawns didn't move. So, I mean, I go d5, and obviously e4 takes d3 is not possible anymore, right? But if I play f3, for instance, imagine how cool would it be? Like I play f3, and then you say, okay, now I take en passant. I can't even illustrate that. But now you take en passant. And if I take with the pawn, by the way, g5 traps the knight.
Indeed. And I think it's two variants so far. So one of them was you can castle and uncastle.
Yeah, you can castle and uncastle. Wait a second. Was
it anytime?
Yeah, was it also like castle with the capture, or that was Belgrade invention? I'm not sure, because I was also thinking like castling with the capture, and maybe like castle is always permitted unless you end up being checked. Like
so you can castle through check.
Through check, you can castle when you're under check. I mean, anything. Just like when the move is played, for this to be a legal position, right? I mean, so the king is not under check, and that's it. That would once again, it would change the game entirely, because imagine. Someone's exchanging queens on like queen d1 takes d8 check, and your knight on b8 is not there, the bishop on c8 is not there, and you castle long capturing the queen.
Oh my goodness.
That really would change a lot, and obviously like being able to castle after check is a huge thing.
Oh.
Yeah. So it would, I mean, I don't know if it will make the game kind of more drawish or less drawish, because all of the attempts seem to be directed this way, right? So people try to modify the rules of chess to make it less drawish. So I'm not sure in this regard if it will make it more drawish or less drawish, but at least it will clearly shift the game quite a bit. What is that? We are back to Naka and Aronian, perhaps waiting for... No, but that's absolutely different position, right? What are we going for today is the question. 7 draws option or just the full 8? No, I think it's clear. The pattern clearly has been established by now. So it was 8 draws, then 7 draws. So today we expect 6 draws, right?
6 draws and 2 results.
Yeah. Shall I just keep the board as it is, or shall I try to open Naka's position since we have him on camera? I don't know.
Let's do it.
I don't know. No, I mean, there'll be... We can't really do it nicely, so therefore, perhaps let's keep Mamedyarov as well. Dominguez.
Yep, we also have Dominguez and Dubov.
That's nice. That's very important, in fact. Once again, a reminder, Dominguez has won with black. Right. So now with white, he wouldn't mind, I think, at least to try to play. But here we have Dubov on 1 hour 33, blitzing out already 13 moves. It was an interesting opening. So 2 knights defense, and for some reason nobody's... Okay, I probably know the reason, but nobody goes knight g5, The good old knight g5 where the positions are really sharp and,
Are you kidding? The fried liver is amazing.
Fried liver. Still have no idea why people call those lines, those strange names. Knight g5, d5. You mean okay? This, as far as I know, this is called fried liver. Knight takes f7, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but
oh, you mean with like knight a5? Okay.
There are... I mean, first of all, there is this Traxler counterattack, which is bishop c5. But I think it's no longer kind of considered to be good. There are problems there. So d5 is the main move, e d5, and here I'm not convinced if... Okay, so you have 3 moves. Plus
I think there's b5 as well.
Yeah, plus this knight d5. So 3 moves are knight a5, which is the main line, knight d4, which sometimes leads to like crazy structures like this, and then, I don't know, bishop f1, h6, if I'm not mistaken, and then,
Oh my goodness.
Something like that is starting to happen, and once again, that's crazy. And then you're absolutely right, there is this b5 move, which I find even more amazing. And speaking of funny structures, yeah, I mean, I believe by that point...
I think the correct move is taking on b5.
Nah.
And then after queen takes d5 and you play bishop f1.
No, it's. I mean, if you take it, it's more than fine for black. Queen d5. Yeah, you can play bishop f1, but
or you play.
I think
bishop f1
bishop
first,
f1 immediately. Yeah, the trick was.
And then queen takes d5, knight c3.
Bishop. If queen takes d5, knight c3, exactly. Then white's better. Knight d4 would lead to transposition after c3, but also there is this funny move h7, h6. Which doesn't work, if I'm perfectly honest, but fun to analyze. And then knight f7, king f7, you know, takes on c6, bishop c5, then black at some point sacrifices on f2, and so on. So those were good old times when computer was not around and people would play this kind of lines even in correspondence chess. But nowadays, of course, yeah, you can't allow yourself to have fun. You have to play d3. Instead, bishop e7, knight c3, d6, a4 castles, and bishop goes to e6. Knight e5 takes over there, knight b4, d4. I mean, it looks like some sort of theory, to be honest. What's that? Played incredibly quickly by Daniel Dubov.
Oh, wow.
So what's going on? We have the camera, the kind of overall playing whole view. Everyone, I hope everyone's still playing at least. And then we are back to this one.
You mean all 8 players?
All 8 games and 16 players to be exact.
I mean all 8 games.
But you're right. You're right, because we could only see 4 boards. We could only see 4 boards, right? Yeah, I believe we have something going on with the cameras, but yeah, that's not much we can do about this.
It's all right, we'll come back.
Yeah, not much we can do about this. So we've checked Mamedyarov, we've checked Dominguez Dubov. Here we come, MVL and Predke, very important game for Pool C, because reasons. Because Predke won.
Because of what happened in the first round.
Yeah, Predke won with white, and he won, like, kind of crushed MVL entirely. 25 moves or so.
A little bit of a harsh use of words, but anyway. Yeah, no, it was true.
No, but he was crushed. I mean, come on. He would not deny it himself. I mean, if you ask MVL what happened in game 1, I believe like it's a fair probability that he'd say, I got crushed, because that's what happened.
Mm-hmm. How's your French accent, if you...
how's my French accent? Well,
if you were to sort of imitate
MVL. I got crushed, obviously, and I think everything is going crushed. Therefore, we will have to go for a very short technical break, and then we will come back later. No, really, I mean, I was just told that we do not have access to some cameras, and quite possibly we'll have to go for technical break. We'll come back. We'll come back as soon as everything's fixed. Yeah, that perhaps my French accent just crushed the stream. So stay tuned, guys. We'll be back shortly.
Hi, I'm Vidit Gushrati. I'm 27 years old, an international chess grandmaster from India. I'm also the brand ambassador for FIDE Online Arena. It's a place where you can play for online rating and online titles which can be recognized by FIDE officially. I feel chess is a sport which can be definitely played online, which other sports don't enjoy the luxury of. And the most important thing is that you can play from the comfort of your home, be it any time, against strong players all around the globe. And since the past 2 years, we have seen a boom in online chess. And be it for professional players or for people who have just started, I think it provides a great opportunity. In the next few months, I'll be streaming and playing games on the FIDE Online Arena. So be a part of it, and who knows, maybe we'll end up playing a game with each other. See you soon on the FIDE Online Arena.
Okay, looks like we are back. I don't know. We still have the same picture from the playing hall. And there have been some rumors that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is better against Alexander Predke. Well, honestly, it does look so. Jesse, I mean, I don't know, both played, no, I'm wrong, I thought both played quickly. It's just that 20 moves played already, and, you know, it's not very often, right? Well, other games did not develop that far. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave went for the Roy Lopez, and I think that was, yeah, I'm trying to recall, because those two played in Belgrade. Maxime, obviously, since 2 games he had white against Predke in one of the games, he ended up being a pawn down in some endgame. But what was the opening? I think it was the Rui Lopez as well. I obviously would not be able to remember the game. Anyway, at some point I was checking. It was really strange position, like knight a7. I haven't seen anything like it. Knight to a7. Not the most usual square, I have to say.
Would you have suggested maybe knight a5?
No. I don't mean like it's a bad move or unusual move. It's probably what you do in reality, right? Having played, I think queen d7 is very committal move, because. Like if, let's say, in this position, if you would have gone bishop f8, for instance, or any other sensible move, then after d5, I guess, way to go would be knight b8, so that you have knight d7 and so on. Right, so knight b8, then c6 as in the game, and so on and so forth. He went queen d7, and then, of course, knight b8 looks strange. I mean, you don't have d7 square, therefore knight a7, and it went through c8 to some new squares. b3, c4, b3, yeah, I know the bishop on a2 looks ugly, but that's what you need, you know. That's what you need to support the pawn chain, so that's why b3 and c4.
Well, you're learning something new every day. And the current position reminds me a lot of what we spoke about yesterday in your comments about how the pieces go back. And you just sort of pack them ready for the next game.
Yeah. So bishop d8, that's actually interesting maneuvering. Yeah, black's last move, bishop c8, seems like exactly preparing for the new game. But at the same time, that's once again, that's an argument, you know, people have. And especially the beginners, like you move the piece in order to quote-unquote develop the piece, right? So now I would argue the bishop on b7, it's sort of developed, but it's worse than on c8. Because the only thing it does, it stares at the d5 pawn, yeah, with no chance of capturing any time. So therefore bishop c8, it swings to this diagonal. Queen will go to b7, then black will try to play bishop b6 to swap the dark square bishops. And let's say in a fairly likely event of b4, for instance, yeah, queen goes, and then a4 at some point, you go bishop b6, and whatever white does, queen d, or maybe ab, the bishop will be hanging. But anyway, yeah, queen d3, something like that. I just want to illustrate, I mean, kind of the final setup black will have. Bishop to d7. So, yeah, remaneuvering it this way. So bishop from d7 protects b5. Queen now will go to b6 or the a file, and all of a sudden black is very nicely set up for the upcoming middle game. So after bishop c8 and knight h4, here we have it. Queen b7, yeah. Bishop goes to b6. That's I'm sure. The question, however, is can white? Yeah. So black setup is clear, right? Wants to go to b6, bishop d7, swap couple of pieces, and later on, I'm thinking even with this knight on h4, could it be that black just goes knight g6? Takes with the f-pawn and then pushes it to g5. And yeah, that's a slight damage to pawn structure, but not nothing tragic. He might as well go to g6. So I can see quite a few moves for black to sort of improve his position. For white, though, the bishop is still on a2. So he should probably spend some time like playing bishop b1, bishop d3, I don't know. Like the bishop on a2 is not doing much. When you play b4, like you could go b4 here, for instance. There's nothing wrong with b3, b4 move per se, but still the bishop is not great on a2, right? It stares at the same d5 pawn that black's bishop from b7 was staring at. So overall,
I have to mention something though.
Yeah, tell me.
And do you know the line we were looking at between Mamedyarov and Keymer?
It's on the board. Yeah, I know.
It's on the board.
I've checked during the break. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll obviously get back to this one. That's a very exciting position. Yeah. So here, especially looking at the clock, so that Predke played everything very fast. Not everything, but like he started to spend time on the very last moves, right? So knight a7 and all this is quite an unusual idea of going like knight a7, knight c8, and bishop d8 and everything. It's probably been analyzed and considered to be acceptable for black. I would expect. Yeah. So the leader, Alexander Predke, so far seems to be doing well with the black pieces. Not clear how MVL is supposed to put pressure on his opponent. Right, shall we check the other game in the same pool, which is Wesley So against Sam Shankland? Here we have, honestly, much slower and also kind of quieter game. It's what's it called? Symmetrical, I believe symmetrical Grunfeld is what it's called.
Okay. The bishop's on f4 and f5.
More of a bishop g2, bishop g7. Yeah, so it's okay. Look at say this position, right? Castles and especially if white castles as well. So
when in doubt,
knight
copycat.
e5, knight f5, bishop f4, queen b6, queen b3, knight c6. Still sort of symmetrical. If white, no, but d4 was hanging, yeah. Because there are lines, yeah. After say castles. How does the line go? I mean, there is a line where it kept symmetrical for very long time, like knight e4, knight e5, something like this. Takes knight c6, and you take, and so on. Queen a4, queen b6, then the queen goes to a6, yeah. Bishop a3, queen a6, I think that's the line. Takes over here. So symmetrical, how many moves is this? 14, and still symmetrical position, and so on and so on. Not the case in our game, because at some point the symmetry was broken by white capturing on b6, so no longer symmetrical structure, but still queens are off. And black is extremely solid, so I don't think anything big will happen here. There is still
and white is trying not to trap his own bishop.
yeah, this h4 move, of course, yeah, you have to watch out for g5. That's usually the drawback of, maybe not a drawback, but when you have g3, bishop g2 played, yeah, you have to have an idea where the other bishop's going. Because
I do have a question though. So what happens if white tries with f3 or bishop f3 and then trying to play something like g4?
Well,
or even e4.
I mean f3, e4, yeah, but I mean, first of all, black to move, so black might have something to say about it, but I'm actually not sure what black does. Yeah, it could be potential plan for white. I'm not sure about f3, e4, because black is not yet forced to take, right? Like, say, what does black do? It's not easy. I wanted to suggest kind of, a blunt move for black, like move that does nothing to illustrate. Yeah, well, h5, which is probably not very clever. f3, and then say black does even more stupid stuff. After e4, you can go to e6. I mean, that was my point, so that since black didn't play e6 yet, like you achieve e4, but black's not forced to trade, right? And then you made your bishop not very good. e5 is, d4 is hanging, so that's probably not such a great idea, even though I've played two stupid moves for black. What black is supposed to do, though, is a big question, because I wouldn't mind knight h5, but for the time being d5 is hanging, right? Knight e4, as computer points out, I just picked this knight from f6, it jumped to e4. So the software suggests that that's a possible move, but it drops a pawn, I'm guessing, right? So if white starts trading like crazy, eventually he's gonna take c6 and b6. And this might be a draw still, because b pawn is not very. It's not going too far. But why would you play the position pawn down where there are better options? e6 played. Okay. So after e6, yeah, that's certainly something to think about. f3, g4, or even bishop f3 to provoke h5 first. And then bishop e2, f3, and possibly g4. But still, that's the way to try to play, but at the same time, realistically, everything's files.
There's not much?
Yeah, I mean, files D to H, everything's symmetrical, more or less, right? So how to use the double pawn on the queen side for white? I mean, I'm not sure whatsoever. How do you ever get to attack b6? Not clear.
Yeah.
So should be around equal, but yeah. Not even sure if white is better at all. I mean, who's the strongest side? Because one could argue that black rooks are a bit more active for now. If you play a3, then God knows, maybe bishop f8 and b5, b4 at some point. So that's one of those, one of those positions where every move takes you a lot of time to make and a lot of kind of, a lot of responsibility. So I believe those are positions that Wesley Saw is very good at, strangely. Like, no straightforward ways. Just think of it. I mean, because a lot of people, a lot of players, they think, okay, hardest to play would be some sharp tactical position, which isn't always the case. I mean, as long as you have to find only moves, but they're kind of possible to find, right? It might not be a big deal, but when you always have a choice of 5 moves, and then on the next move another 5 moves, and so on,
yeah.
That's really, I mean, at some point, it's really hard to pick, and especially if you are this kind of a player who's always looking for something like perfect, to be able to tell, okay, so now e6 is the most precise move, and then on the next move it's got to be, I don't know, bishop h8 for whatever reason, right? So you on every move you search for really the best option. Then yeah, what happens by move 20? You're out of time. Yeah. But
yeah, no, that's what I was about to say. I mean, especially when your opponent is low on time, the best thing to do isn't to trade and make their lives easier, but rather to complicate things in a way where you're giving them maybe 5 options, and maybe only 2 of them are really viable.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's also, that's a skill in a way that, like, probabilistically, no, it's the difference, right? So objectively, kind of objective values or whatever, mathematically, it seems if you can force your opponent to stick to only one move, right, and you're satisfied with the resulting position, that seems to be kind of plus EV, right? You don't give him other options. But in the real game, the opposite is sometimes smarter, right? So give him more options, and maybe he'll make a mistake. Give him more options, and maybe he'll make a mistake. Here, though, with them both having 1 hour 5 minutes, with them both being very solid in this tournament, I don't know who's going to make mistake first. Yeah, Sam doesn't seem to be struggling so far. It's, I believe MVL and Predke is much more kind of important game today for this pool. And let's not forget we have pool D, so 2 more games. Tabatabai Vitugov and Yu Yangyi Giri. Yu Yangyi Giri, I just checked, it was a Grunfeld. So remember I think it was yesterday we discussed that Giri plays quite a lot, or the day before, quite a lot of openings with black. So nowadays it's hard to say what's his kind of main opening with black. And he's back to his Grunfeld all of a sudden. Yeah. The problem here is that I have no idea about the theory whatsoever. So the Grunfeld defense is this, right? Then knight f3, queen b3 was...
Well, it looks like a nightmare in the current position.
Really? Knight f...
Yeah, emphasis on knight.
Uh-huh. Wait a second. So here... Bishop e6. Wait a sec. Is that one of those positions where bishop e6 runs into... Yeah, because bishop e6 one could find potentially attractive, right? Queen goes, and then you go to d5 and not to d7, as he ended up going in the game. Yeah, d5 seems to be a better square. But bishop e6 quite likely runs into this. And this,
Ooh.
and takes on b3. I'm not entirely sure, but it looks like it may run into this. So the material is 3 minor pieces. There's 2 bishops and a knight against queen and pawn. So technically, black has more material, right? But in the middle game, and especially if white manages some sort of coordination between the pieces, he's very likely to win.
Yeah.
I mean, there are such a nice squares as c5 for the knight. Like imagine white going bishop e3, bishop e2 castles, and yeah. So perhaps the factor which favors white in such situations is that not that many open files, and therefore it's hard to use the rooks, right? And minor pieces will attack the rooks, and so it's not for long, this specific material, because white is very it's strange to say because rooks are safe for now, but white is very likely to win in exchange under these circumstances, right? Because I'll just keep putting knights in the center and so on, and inevitably one day black will have to sack an exchange. Anyway, so he avoided this. He went knight d7. Knight g5, knight b6, knight c6, okay, some jumping, knight 8 to c4, and bishop to c1. Obviously not allowing the trade on e3. Also protecting the b2 pawn just in case. Interestingly, both spending quite a lot of time, and Giri even slightly more time than Yu Yangyi. Because
is he always one to sort of spend more time in the opening / middle game? I know some players such as Dominguez and Grisha love to spend a lot of time, but historically speaking,
well, I don't think they love to spend. Just they tend to spend a lot of time.
Rather.
Yeah. So Grishuk, especially kind of latest interviews, he was critical of himself, like thinking for half an hour, 40 minutes over the move. It's just that so is the player he is. Why specifically Giri? Because he in latest games he was constantly showing the kind of really deep and really broad opening knowledge, right? So therefore, I would expect him, and especially since, let's say, after d4, knight f6, c4, he has a plethora of options, right? He can play e6. It's e6 and g6 to be fair, right? But also on move 1, d4, d5 is also something that he does. Right, so Yu Yangyi couldn't have told in advance what would be the opening, right? What would be the opening? So it was Giri's choice to play the Grunfeld, and yet in the Grunfeld by move 14 he's down on time. So that's the only kind of curious thing that I can say here. And my lack of exact opening knowledge doesn't really give me a chance to figure out what was the new move, right? What could have potentially surprised Giri, because I think this is kind of known. Knight going to d7 and so on. This is kind of known. Could it be that knight g5 is a new move? Because moving a piece for the second time does seem to be surprising. Okay, current position, honestly, Grunfeld players, they have their special way of playing the game, understanding the game, and so on. But if you'd ask someone who doesn't play the Grunfeld, and that's myself, I would think that black is in a lot of trouble, to be honest. Black is in a lot of trouble, because I don't see what those knights are doing. The knight on b6, the knight on c4, Seem to be like...
Well, they look terrifying at first.
They seem to be Dubov knights from yesterday's games. That game, if I'm perfectly honest. I mean, just imagine White already kind of threatens b2, b3. And then your knight will have to go to a5, yeah? Oops, no, not knight takes b2, but b3 for white. So if black's to move, what I can imagine...
I was looking at
bishop
knight d5 even.
Or knight
bishop
d5, yeah,
f5.
knight d5 is good. Yeah, knight d5 is good. Knight d5, but then, then queen e4, right?
Yeah,
Queen
bishop
e4 and the knight... Okay, it's not pinned, you can take on c3, I'm not taking the rook. But kind of the resulting position still feels like white's got to be better.
Yeah.
You have this queen h4 ideas. I mean, I don't know. It's like I'm saying that white's better, but who knows? Maybe it's not as simple. Yeah, like attacking h7 after h6, going to f3, attacking h6. So white. My point is like white might get quite a serious kingside attack. And black's perspective in the center is not yet clear. I mean, how do you deal with everything? But we shall see. We shall see. After bishop c1, Giri continues thinking. So knight d5 or bishop f5 to start with, where I expect white to play bishop d3, and maybe then you trade and then I go knight d5 once again.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Because I was looking at, I mean, even before bishop to f5, I mean, after the exchange of bishops, then knight d5, queen e4, and maybe you just have to take on c3. But with the immediate knight d5, maybe there's bishop e7.
Yeah, you mean knight d5, queen e4, bishop b7. Yeah, that's correct, but it doesn't stop white's idea of going queen h4, right?
Yeah.
Queen h4 and h6, knight
Maybe
f3.
h6.
Yeah, knight f3 and so on.
And e6.
Yeah, this way it might actually work, yeah. It might actually work, yeah, you're right. Anyway, I mean, but that's why I'm specifically referring to the Grunfeld players, because to us who doesn't play the Grunfeld, it always, I mean, to me, it always looks like, black is almost lost in all those Grunfeld positions. And then he plays this move, f7, f6, which looks, well, not the move that I would consider, perhaps. But if it works, it works, yeah. f6. I would still be very scared. Still be very scared of, even the b3, you'll just take on g5, yeah? Knight f3, bishop g4, or bishop f... Yeah, maybe it works. I mean, once again, I mean, most of those positions, they just have to kind of tactically add up, yeah? So that's very typical of what black should try to do. f6, c5 somehow, and like, just bust this center open and so on. So one of those positions that if you're not deep in the game, it's very hard to tell what's going on. Yeah, maybe white just, maybe white just wins by taking on h7, going h4 or bishop d3 and attacks black king to death. Who knows?
Ouch. That's one way to put it. So chat has been discussing a lot of things. Among these things are basically people kicking each other underneath the table during games and bringing about even Josh Waitzkin's take on that earlier on in his chess career. And then there's a question. So what are your thoughts on espresso? Do you like espresso?
Espresso as, you mean coffee? I mean,
Coffee.
What kind of question is that? Is it like...
Well, I mean,
is it
suggesting a shot of espresso for us.
Yeah, okay, that's nice.
Yeah.
I do not have espresso machine, but yeah, that's my to-go choice in any kind of coffee place, espresso, double espresso to be.
Double espresso.
Yeah, to be more precise. Yeah.
And it's not too strong. Do you add sugar?
No, nothing. Yeah, black. No additions.
Okay.
No, but it is strong, but I can handle. There was a question, Jesse. There was one question that was even on our screen. I mean, I think one from Twitch. It's just that I was busy talking some position, and so if we could get it back, or maybe you could read it.
I can try.
Or you could read it.
We might have to bring it back because there's a bunch of comments and then I try to push through the interesting questions. So if you guys have interesting questions to ask in Twitch or YouTube chat, by all means, anything you want to know, you're able to ask. And I'll make sure that it shows up on stream for us to read. But it must have been a while back. I think they removed it from the queue of questions. I can't remember. Actually,
there was
trying to recall.
something about what happened psychologically between you and your opponent during a game of chess. I mean, but I'm wording it clumsy. I think it was sort of a better put. But what goes on? I think that's what we are talking every day, basically, right? I mean, what happens? So I might repeat my yesterday's. Speech about two types of players, yesterday or day before yesterday, two types of players. So one tries to play the position, the other one tries to play the opponent, right? So, and once again, like if we try to minimize the psychology, kind of the impact of psychology on the game, one should probably take it as like on every move, it's a decision for me to make, and that's a kind of separate task, and I should not be affected by who's in front, what happened previously in the game, right? What's at stake. So sometimes people get affected by, okay, I'm about to win whatever bajillion pounds if I win the game, right? No, I mean, I do remember, and it mattered a lot back then, like playing in Zurich. It was decent size prize pool, like open tournament, 100 years old Zurich club anniversary, something. And you obviously you're keeping your eyes on the first prize all the time. Then you lose the game. You understand, okay, first prize is gone. Anything, and it breaks down to you in the last round having an extra pawn in in the end game, and then will you convert it or not? And I failed, and I kind of took 16th place with 15 prizes, and 15th prize was like, a couple of grand. So you can imagine, like even a difference. Yeah, I mean, difference. It sounds like, played the tournament, won two grand less, 2 grand more, maybe not so much. But when it breaks down to one game, and even like one decision maybe. So at some point in this end game, you have this way and that way. And one way, I mean, let's forget all kind of more inspiring thing, but let's talk money. I mean, one way gives you money, the other doesn't. Of course, it's very hard to stay calm. Yeah, and I was taken away, sorry.
There's a lot at stake.
I was taken away a little bit. But that's one approach, to try to ignore all that, right? And just constantly try to make best decision at the position that is on the board in front of you. And that's very cool, and that's how perhaps computers are doing stuff. But we cannot do this. I mean, come on. I mean, you can try to a certain extent, but still not being affected by the tournament situation, I cannot imagine. Like, you've lost 3 previous rounds or you won 3 previous rounds. How can you be, absolutely unemotional? Or Naka's game. Look, Naka's game yesterday. Like he's got Bishop G6. I mean, his opponent takes on G6. And imagine what goes through his head. And then knight d5, and his opponent, and then his opponent doesn't find bishop f5, which would win immediately, but plays something else. And obviously, you cannot keep calm. And
Yep.
therefore, yeah, I think in most of the games, what happens between opponents on psychological level is some sort of a dialogue, in fact, right? I mean, are you afraid of my kingside attack, right? Will you dare to take this pawn, and so on and so on. About this pawn, I mean the h2 pawn, by the way, which could have been taken in this game a couple of times already. It cannot be anymore, it seems, because bishop f4.
Yeah, someone says in a tournament that I play, 16th prize is a new pair of socks.
Which is, I mean, if they're Uniswap socks, they're worth a lot of money. If you know.
Yeah,
if
listen,
you know.
I wouldn't mind a pair of socks. The 16th prize is nothing where I come from.
Yeah, exactly. But that was nothing for me, in fact. I mean, that's why the whole rant. So there were 15 prizes in the tournament, and I came 16. So it's not even about the you know, the amount of money, but the thing that you, as poker players say, I believe it's called finishing on the bubble, right? When it first place, which doesn't win the prize, you're on a bubble.
Oh.
Yeah, so
That was me for the most of my youth. I just wanted to make national colors, and I always missed it by half a point or something like that, and it broke my heart for those years. And I just kept pushing, but I'd cry. I'd actually cry. Goodness me.
Wow. To me, in fact, like this missing half a point, I know it very well, and for me it was second Grandmaster norm. That I would,
oh no!
Yeah, like I had for 3 years, I had kind of first Grandmaster norm, and then and a long one, you know. So the requirement is like you have to score at least 2, and also the number of games, right? I don't quite remember anymore. I think it used to be 24 games in total, and then the common way would be to score from 13. Games round robin, and then from 11 games round robin, or otherwise you'll have to score 3.
I had no idea.
3 norms.
That's insane.
Yeah, otherwise you'd have to score 3 norms. So I had my first norm, and then for the second, I was playing various tournaments here and there, kind of, I don't know, round robins, some open tournaments, and I would always miss by half a point, or there was one tournament which I've actually shown the Grandmaster performance, but there was not enough Grandmasters like I've played. There were enough Grandmasters in the tournament. There was a Swiss tournament, but I've played only 2, for instance, right?
Yeah.
And then finally, when you make what you were struggling to make, then it comes in every single tournament. The moment I've scored my final Grandmaster norm, then I made it in like 5 tournaments in a row. So it's a psychological barrier, yeah. I think it's psychological barrier.
Putting all that pressure on yourself.
Yeah, there's
it's
a
like
question.
A stronghold,
Look,
honestly.
there's a question from Twitch. Is there any known Super Grandmaster that doesn't have a second? Let's think of it. And
I actually thought that Wesley So doesn't have a team.
quite possibly, yeah.
that he works
That's a
with.
very good guess. I mean, he probably works with some players, right? But
Yeah.
by the way, Dean Gliran, do we know if he has well, I'm not sure.
I thought that he works with his teammates. So
Yeah, but that's a
Yu
little bit.
Yangyi.
Yeah, it's a little bit different, right? Because they're also competing. I always thought like a second is like, okay, what say Nielsen is to Carlsen, right? Peter Heine Nielsen is to Magnus Carlsen. So the guy who's always around, he practically does not compete himself, and so basically works for you and doesn't work with you. So in case of Dean Gliran, Yu Yangyi, it's sort of a mutual benefits. It's sort of, we exchange ideas, we analyze some openings together, but
makes sense.
Yeah. So in this regard, I think Wesley So and Dean Gliran might be kind of a decent guesses of Super Grandmaster not having a second. Out of the guys here in this tournament, well, some of them perhaps are not yet Super Grandmasters.
So the likes of Keymer maybe works with the coach, but maybe not
well,
a team or
yeah,
a second?
well, actually,
Yeah.
I wish I had a second that Keymer has or used to have. Keymer is known to work with Peter Leko, and that's about the best.
You said so,
the best second you can imagine. That's about the best second you can imagine. Okay, so out of those players, I'm not sure really, but it seems that anyone who you could possibly think of has some form of a coach second or just helper during the tournament, right? Sometimes it's like you hire someone or you make an agreement with someone that you'll help me during this specific event or this specific series. So it might not be, the lifetime second. As there were examples, right? There were examples of like someone who's like, for instance, once again, I'm bringing up Boris Gelfand and his coach Alexander Huzman, and they are together, like, you're talking like in marriages for old people. They're together like 25 years, I may guess, maybe 30 years. So that's impressive. And so we are talking a lot of chess related but not position related stuff, and I can tell you why, because I have no idea what's happening there in this position. I mean, this pawn on a3,
exciting.
it's kind of annoying me. I don't know what to say. So till some point it was, I wouldn't say I know everything about this position, but it's common. It's common, this one. Perhaps that's the key moment here. When white goes knight h4 and this e3 line, and you have two options, to play bishop g6 at once, or to go bishop e4, provoke f3, and that's what happened in our game, and then go bishop g6. And surprisingly, it's a minor detail, but it changes like everything. Because with the pawn on f2, white would play absolutely differently. With pawn on f3, he castles long, he's looking to play e4. So d takes, a5, d takes, queen takes. And then I think much more common is to play for a6, b5. Like a6, b5, c5, I think that's what they usually do. And Nikita has his own opinion, so he just pushes the a pawn. a4. Knight a4 runs into b5, obviously. So knight e4, a3, b3. Knight d5, and here we are. b6, queen c1, rook c8. Last few moves being somewhat mysterious to me, to be honest. So black grabs some space on the queen side, but still fails to open any files against the king. And usually, why white castles long in such positions? Because the argument is such, yes, the king is somewhat vulnerable on b1, c1, whatever it ends up being after castle long. But how about you, my dear sir? Will you castle at all? That's what white's asking, right? Because if you castle short anytime, by the way, white's to move here, so let's make a move for white. Bishop e2, not the good move once again. Whenever you castle short with h takes g6, with g pawns being doubled, right? The h file is getting open very, very quickly. And then if it works according to kind of white's playbook, it's either you don't castle at all, or you stay with this rook on h8, which isn't always terrible, and sometimes you can actually take the pawn on h2, right? But it's suspicious to say the least, right? Or you castle and then you have to make sure you're not getting checkmated. So that's in essence that's the idea of white entering this line at all. So I'm really curious to see how this plays out. I believe rook c8 is played with the intention to go c5, whatnot, even though c5 per se doesn't solve all the problems. c5, I mean, c5, d5 is something I would be looking at, especially if white, now white's the move. White has to play some clever move here. My bishop e2 was silly because c5 would have happened. So white really needs to look for a clever move to be ready to meet c6, c5. But if he holds like black from playing c5, from playing e5, white is just seriously better. Quite an interesting position. No, so really, you know what? Maybe kind of a sort of a pass. I mean, I can't really think. G3 sounds strange, right? Because then you can castle, and the G3 pawn will be hanging when white's playing H4. So even G3 is not clever. Bishop e2. I just want to highlight one thing. c5, which I thought was cool. Bishop b5 and cd4. This is something that black apparently doesn't have to do. How about this? How about this position? Yeah, bishop a5. That's what I was originally hoping for.
Yeah.
But then they have this. They have this, and the maximum we can get is takes on d4, right? Which is maybe slightly more pleasant for white still.
Yeah.
Because once again, black still has to enter the game with the h8 rook. But yeah, but nothing special. So I would try to find something better than that. Anyway. The conclusion would be that Tabatabai at least got something out of the opening. Not a lot of people can do this against Vidit, right? Like Giri, for instance. Giri yesterday just failed, and it was a really quick draw, right?
Yeah.
So shall we check the top boards, or nah, not the top boards? I mean, it's just the games. A pool. Yeah. Well, the thing is, like the games on my screen, they're aligned in some sort of a list, and it's
that's true.
That's just sort of a pattern.
I would like to take a look at what happened in the Nakamura Aronian game, just because of what we saw in the opening.
Yeah.
And to sort of see whether they followed that line from yesterday's game.
Well, they do not. They've actually played 29 moves in Aronian's game. We have other game on the screen though. Yeah, okay. Nakamura Aronian, move 29, and white's pawn up, but his pawn structure is kind of ruined. Rook a to d8 was played.
So this is where he deviated.
No, he played Rook a d8. That's exactly 94. That would have been the same. No,
so Nakamura.
Yeah, Nakamura played a4. A4, a5, b5, 97.
Why did he not take on d3?
After a4, but the bishop is getting trapped, right? a5.
After knight e7, this is still the idea then?
Yeah, knight e7, now he wants to take. After queen a2, he apparently doesn't want to take. Yeah. To queen a2, knight g6, bishop a3, bishop c5. Traded, went d4. Where did he ended up being a pawn down? Okay, this is still... look. So this. Okay, they've got to this position, knight d5. And then white kind of goes for a very serious change in this, well, potentially in the structure, in the character of the game.
Right.
So entirely swapping everything on d5 and going knight c4. So a5 is attacked, and also knight e3 is a threat. So black can't really spend time protecting a5. Bishop g4, then he goes b6, trades on f3, goes here, check, rook h5, and knight to e7. Okay. That's.
What's your take?
I don't know. I mean, it's
Black
really.
gets the pawn back.
Black
But then
gets the
C7
pawn
as
back,
well.
but how? How do you get the pawn?
Take on h2.
Ah, you mean take on h2 immediately? Yeah, that might be it.
Because then after taking on c7, maybe you just play check, take the rook, and then maybe like rook e8 or something.
No, actually, yeah, taking on c7 doesn't really work because of that. Yeah, it's a check,
Yes.
trade on here, go rook e8.
Yep.
Yeah, this doesn't work. It's just that after rook h2... Oh, wait, what else can I do? Can I take here?
And check.
Then you... wait a second. You,
Oh, it doesn't work.
Check,
Never
king
mind.
e2. Oh, you wanted this.
Yeah, maybe it does, I don't know.
I mean, you could do it that way, and then f3
Okay.
is hanging, but I'm afraid white will be much faster with the pawns, right? Looks like white will be faster with the pawns.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah. So,
But rook c6 and then going after the a pawn maybe later on as
so
well.
knight g6, maybe you just take back with the f pawn, kind of hitting f3.
Hoping.
Yeah,
Okay,
hitting
okay.
f3, and then it can develop into something like really... And by the way, rook c7 was a lousy move because now rook h1 would actually win. So I have to be a little bit more careful. Start with rook e7 if I want to go rook e7. So my point was that I could have done this and threaten rook g7 and
Okay.
some checks, right?
But then you'd play probably taking on f2 first, and then play h5.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, first of all, you probably have a draw like this, yeah, take and then give checks,
true.
but also you might as well try to play for a win, like go h5, hide the king, two connected pass pawns for black as well. I really don't know. I mean, it looks like white's got to be better. Yeah. After, well, let's check it one more time. After rook take h2, is king g1 a move? Is king g1 a move? Because if I push you back, then I might be able to take on c7. But you go rook h4, right, and then target it. It's tricky. It's tricky. There is still a feeling like white's got to be better, but I'm not seeing it. Not seeing it. And why? There was a question why black doesn't win any of these games. First of all, Dominguez did win with black against Dubov, but usually that's the nature of a game, right? I mean, white starts, white sort of tries to combine an attempt to put slight pressure with the approach of being very solid. That's most of the games that we see, right? I mean, nobody goes for like crazy positions and balanced positions nowadays, it seems. And having that said, let's go to Mamedyarov's game, right? Nobody's going for unbalanced position. Or let's check. Let's go step by step, maybe. Oparin Yesipenko as next
do
one.
that.
Yeah. I think pool A one more time. Oparin Yesipenko, and then we'll go to pool B. Well, once we got there, I've already forgotten what the opening. It was this knight e2, bishop d2, and so on. Yeah. And Yesipenko went c5, the move that I would not consider at all. What was that?
So we were talking about c6 happening, but c5 not at all.
No, but the fact is that both happen. So he went c6 and rook e8 and then c5, which honestly is a big surprise.
Okay.
Well, it might be that black is still okay. But then, if you were planning to go c5, what's wrong with stopping knight b5 with a6? So covering b5, yeah? After knight e2, going rook e8, the same way as in the game. And then after bishop d2, play your c5. And then in this position, you'd have a 7 a6 played, and
Yeah.
As what I can see, there is no obvious drawback, but there is certain benefit of having a7, a6 played, so you can hide the bishop on a7 if needed.
That's true.
Because in the game, since black went c7, c6, and it kind of reached c5 in 2 moves with the pawn, right? He doesn't have this a6 played,
Yeah.
and white has this maneuver, knight b5.
Development. Okay.
Bishop c3, castles, and after knight e5, knight goes to f4, and knight goes to d4. So now the isolated pawn is firmly blocked on d4, and also it's targeted from the f4 knight. Black seemingly can trade, right, and claim, okay, now I have 2 bishops advantage, but in fact, having the c8 bishop, I'm not sure how much of an advantage that is, right? I mean, it's really hard to find a good square for it. And moreover, this is what white perhaps dreaming of, like have the d4 knight against c8 bishop, right? Eventually, like in the endgame or whatnot. So I think white is unpleasantly better for black. Like this knight on d4 stays for a very long time, and white's in control, and white can, you know, shuffle here and there. It's an unpleasant position. I mean, one of those things that computer would almost always defend, but in a practical game, you know, it's not that easy to come up with moves.
But I would definitely like to take a look at the Mamedyarov Keymer game, if possible.
Yeah, let's go. That's a very important game, right? That's
Yes.
Pool B, in fact. Pool B is the only pool where any result or every result is kind of very, very important, right? So Dominguez, it can be completely shifted kind of upside down, right? Imagine Dominguez losing to Dubov. It's hard to imagine, but just try to. And Mamedyarov beating Keymer, and all of a sudden it's Mamedyarov who is leading, you know.
I'm sorry, but the like 3 moves were made in a space of like 20 seconds.
Where? In Mamedyarov's game?
Yes.
Well, I'm still looking for the way to bring it up at the board. Yeah.
No problem. So could we have...
Yeah, Mamedyarov Keymer would be... Vincent is thinking there's a substantial half-an-hour difference on the clock. Whoa. And in fact, a lot of stuff has disappeared from the board. So I guessed it right, it seems, yeah? F3. I mean the whole h6 sequence. Yeah, h6, f3, g5, and so on. Captured here. Bishop h6, knight g4. That's the line we were talking about. Queen d2. Queen d2 is stronger apparently because you perhaps can't really take on h6.
Yeah.
Knight h6, queen h6, and then white would have very strong attack, like lifting the rook to f4 would probably just win. So hg, h3, queen h4, wow, so there are some tactical motifs here and there. Bishop f8, king f8, queen f4, threatening a checkmate, also pinning the g4 knight, queen h7, captures on g3, knight h6. Now, according to this machine that provides me with some notes to the moves that were already... Rook f3 was very strong, yeah. Rook f3 was very strong. He played c5, which isn't a bad move. Here, perhaps white should have kept the queens, like going queen h4 or something. But even after this trade and rook b1, white has to be better. It's rook and 2 pawns against 2 minor pieces. Well, quite an impressive center for white, yeah? And also black has some difficulties sort of arranging his pieces. The knight on h6, for instance, right? How do you develop the c8 bishop? How do you achieve... well, maybe b6 is what you can do. but that's also debatable, right? b6, I can play e5 and most probably just take on d6. And then if you're not winning this pawn next to moves, you are not winning it at all, right? White's going to get the pawn on e5 and perhaps be winning in this case.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, I have to say, it's a very, very dangerous, I mean, the type of position that we have is very dangerous against Mamedyarov, because the guy is a genius in this specific, like whenever anything is unbalanced, whenever he can give you checks, whenever he can, I don't know, attack your pieces, attack your king, it's much harder to play against Shah compared to some, I don't know, some dull positional game. So Vincent is in trouble, I'm ready to state that. Move 21, he's down to half an hour, and the position is not that pleasant. Maybe he can allow himself to be kind of slow to play f6, to try to play knight f7, and eventually somewhere develop the queen side. But otherwise, it's not easy to come up. Yeah, like b6 runs into e5. Moving the bishop runs into...
Yeah, I was wondering why he had played rook b1 so quickly as well. Is it just to restrict the bishop and then b6
absolutely.
Isn't that good?
b6 is bad because e5. Yeah, rook b8 once again runs into e5 and bishop c6 is a threat. The b pawn is pinned. So it stops black from accomplishing the development, rook a b1. So I think that's the point. All right. What else? We are shown Wesley and Shankland once again. Shall we first take a look at Dubov and Dominguez, or Dominguez and Dubov?
Yep, and then we can go to a short break.
Yeah, I guess that'd be it. Yeah, let's check the other game in Pool B. Dominguez and Dubov. Well, there've been some changes. Last time we've seen the position, I think it was somewhere around this point, maybe. Yeah, rook f to e8. It's the first and the last time we've seen the position. It was this. Yeah, well, white has a pair of bishops, but somehow slightly lacks coordination between the pieces, and black is sort of slightly better developed, right? And it's very often the case in such situations that if you would try to develop normally, like to go bishop g5 and say, well, develop the pieces, right? Develop the guy from c1, then you would allow black to equalize. And in order to try to keep more pieces on the board, you spend more time. So like a move knight e5 to d3 isn't a bad move, right? But once again, the bishop stays on c1, the knight might not be perfectly placed on d3, so in order to fight for an advantage, you are kind of taking slight additional risk. Bishop d6, exchange over there, bishop d2, knight e4, so just look, I mean, black is jumping around. Knight e4, so Dominguez exchanges, the knight goes bishop e3, queen c4, bishop d4, knight g5, and queen g4 was played. So that's a current situation. Looks equalish, if you ask me. Some knight e6 might be the move to consider. Like taking on d3 isn't that great. Queen g5 attacks two pawns, attacks g7 and d5. Yeah. But playing knight e6 and then potentially just swapping on d4 should be good enough, I guess. I mean, what else? Yeah, knight d4 happens. Yeah.
Was it?
I was looking at this rook e1 thing because, well, wait a second. maybe it wasn't that stupid. Because I thought, what's the point? There is queen d3, but queen d3 is bad. There is rook e6. And still a threat of queen takes g7. So maybe knight e6 isn't that great. There definitely should be something. I won't believe if someone tells me that's like really bad for black. But what exactly is the move? It's not that easy to tell. Could it be just h6 of some sort? H6 so that... Because it is different, right? I mean, it might seem h6, h4, and it's exactly the same. It's not. Knight e6, rook e1 would be the same, but now I can take on d3, and there is no queen g5. You have to take with the pawn on g5, and then queen comes back, maybe. Or even queen e4. So yeah. White has slight initiative, black has to hold. I mean, I believe that will be a proper assessment. And also, I just paid attention to the clock, Jesse. It's almost 1 hour difference.
Yeah.
Almost 1 hour difference.
Yeah. 16 minutes for Dominguez. I don't know how he did that, honestly.
Well, he's...
I want to see which move he spent the most time on, actually.
I believe after...
G3.
G3, okay. G3, which
34 minutes on G3.
34 minutes. Awful. Here, G3, 34 minutes.
Yeah, when you play G3, yeah.
And it's not all. I mean, he probably spent a lot of time on some other, some other moves as well. Dubov, though, plays very fast. And partially the reason behind it could be not only that he understands what's going on in this position, but also the fact that he basically given up on his, dream of qualification. I mean, it's very hard to qualify if you're on -2 with 3 rounds to go. Anyway, I think we've announced it previously, right? So we will go for a short break, second break, and then let's try commentator streak once again, right? I mean, we go for a break, we come back, and one game has finished. I don't think it will be the case today because everyone seems to be in a fighting mood before the free day. So, we'll go for a short break. You guys will have a historical chance of watching some ads during this break, and then we will be back, refreshed and full of energy, hopefully.
Sounds good.
Hi, I'm Vidit Gushrati. I'm 27 years old, an international chess grandmaster from India. I'm also the brand ambassador for FIDE Online Arena. It's a place where you can play for online rating and online titles which can be recognized by FIDE officially. I feel chess is a sport which can be definitely played online, which other sports don't enjoy the luxury of. And the most important thing is that you can play from the comfort of your home, be it any time, against strong players all around the globe. And since the past 2 years, we have seen a boom in online chess. And be it for professional players or for people who have just started, I think it provides a great opportunity. In the next few months, I'll be streaming and playing games on the FIDE Online Arena. So be a part of it, and who knows, maybe we'll end up playing a game with each other. See you soon on the FIDE Online Arena.
Okay, going live. Again, what's that? Round 4 of Tournament 3 in Berlin. Right, and how are we doing, Jesse? No results, no press conferences, no...
I think the curse is broken, to be honest. I really, really have to be honest with you. I don't think the curse exists anymore. Because if they wait for us to come back and witness their handshake, and I think that's so, like, you know, respectful of them.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. Or maybe they just want to play today. Maybe there will be no draws.
But I'd like to believe that they rather, you know, taking us into consideration.
Yeah, that would be lovely.
Instead of the whole chess. Yeah.
Okay, and I wanted to start with this game, which is, I don't know if we see it. Yeah, we see it. MVL and Alexander Predke, as already, I think, mentioned a couple of times, that's the key game for Pool C. Predke won in round 1 against MVL, and then, yeah, MVL with white now tries to level the score, and you know, that would allow him to catch up with Alexander Predke. So that's twice as important. Like, you beat someone else, but then the leader might also score some points when you paired against the leader. That's your key game, obviously. Right, and
Indeed.
what we've seen last was Queen B7. Then, yeah, at some point Knight G6 happened. The knight was exchanged on G6. Bishop B6 happened. Dark square bishops were exchanged on E3, and this is the position we have now. This is the position we have. Black seemingly having a very nice outpost on E5, yeah? Like the rook is nice here and everything, but who knows, who knows? I think if white is on time to transfer this knight, like he started, yeah,
G1?
knight E2, and then I'm guessing D4.
Even D4 maybe,
D4 if
yeah.
you're allowed, yeah. I mean, there is, well, basically you are right. The knight is heading towards F3, right? But if you're allowed to play
Yeah.
knight D4, then all of a sudden you have a bunch of other options, like knight C6, for instance. Yeah, so you probably play to D4 if allowed, yeah. If black, say, goes Queen B6, that you might consider knight G1, but Queen B6 for now runs into Rook C6, so not very clever apparently.
Just a reminder to chat, please do ask questions in chat, both for myself and Miro, and of course Dina, who will be conducting interviews later today for the players. So if you have any questions for the players, do drop them in chat. I believe Dina will be checking both Twitch and YouTube as well,
Yeah,
so feel free.
Absolutely. Somehow, I don't know how it happens. Those interviews with Dina, they do pop up on a YouTube channel, but I do not recall any of those live. So it must be.
Oh yeah, that's
must
true.
be because we having breaks, or maybe they're recorded and not always shown live. Yeah. Yeah, but really, like every single player is interviewed by Dina, I believe, after each game. Okay.
Yeah, I think Dina's the one to ask those very interesting questions that, you know, we don't even think of.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, so which game are we taking a look at? Oh, so we have Predke on screen right now?
Still MVL Predke. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if, I mean, is it bad, how bad it is for black? Because at first it looked like, well, what a nice position. The rook on E5 is amazing, he'll play G4, G5, but now I realize that the moment this knight appears on C6 and or F3, black is in huge trouble. And the thing with G5, which I've originally thought was kind of a super clever move, is that you're opening this diagonal, the B1, H7 diagonal. I mean, we cannot see it now, right? I mean, even from this camera angle, there is a piece called the bishop. It's on B1, right? And it's through 2 pawns. It looks at the H7 king. So if you push the G pawn, you're opening the diagonal. if you push g5 and then g6, I mean, first of all, it's time consuming, and then once again, somehow you lose the stability. The knight on f6 is not that stable anymore. Yes, after g5, I wonder where the queen goes. That's kind of another matter. Queen g3 maybe, to keep to keep an eye on d6. Then capturing on e4 is not an option, I believe, simply because knight c3 and the knight is pinned, right? The knight is pinned. So I'm not even sure what you do. Like, maybe, of course, something along the lines of g4 would work. But if it doesn't, let's say g4 and, God knows, rook c6, threatening rook d6, maybe this. Because if g4 doesn't, there is no way of stopping knight d4 f3 or knight d4 c6, and it only goes downhill from there. Yeah, I think g5 must be played, and g5, somehow he has to make it work tactically, like g5, g4, and create kind of very fast counterplay on the king side. Otherwise black is in serious trouble. But yeah, Predke thinking he's got extra 15 minutes compared to MVL's time.
So we do have some questions in chat about the games. Could Miro explain why King G2 is so much better than King E2 in the Hikaru game?
Hikaru game, okay, let's see. After a check, which one? King G2 is better than King E2. I wouldn't be able to tell.
Apparently.
I wouldn't be able to tell, to be honest. Yeah, okay. So, no. Wait a second. So King E2 is better. King G2 is worse, right? Is it information?
Apparently, King G2 is better. King E2 is worse.
Maybe it's, I mean, I could come up with a lot of silly explanations, like, yeah.
If you say anything with a straight face mirror, we will believe you.
Yeah, but no, honestly, my first idea was that King E2 runs into F5, so I thought it's kind of purely tactical reason, right?
Okay.
So we go F5, attack the rook. When the rook leaves, and actually it can't go to E6 because fork, knight F4 check, yeah, so we'll have to go to E3 and then another check, and somehow black gets to play a lot of moves with the tempi, maybe attack F2 and so on. Yeah, that was cool theory until I realized that knight G6 is the move, right? So white can intermediately trade on G6, but maybe that's still kind of better for black compared to the other line. Maybe you capture with the king, and then you do have your own, you do have your own pass pawn. Yeah, so rook c6, even rook f6 might be considered. So that if you trade, king takes, and yes, white is not a pawn up. But I actually thought white's pawn up, to be honest, to be perfectly fair. No, I don't think, no, Jesse, then we don't play rook c6, we actually play rook e6, right? Maybe you said rook e6 now. But still, king goes, let's say, you do this. I'm not sure.
Question mark.
Yeah, it's actually, if all that happens, it actually looks very cool for white. It actually looks very cool for white, because rook e7 is idea, and also I might just capture on b6. So, but we do operate under the assumption that King G2 is much better, right?
Yes.
King G2 is much better. Yeah, I mean, I'm still...
Because of chat.
Because of chat. Okay. Then another guess. This, King G2, attacks the rook and therefore forces the trade of knights. King E2, among other things, well, I was trying F5, but what if black just goes knight h4 and keeps the knights on the board for now, and then maybe some f5 later on? Who knows? Maybe that's the reason. Yeah, it's not obvious that it's good for black, but if we have this information, if we believe this information that this is kind of better compared to the other lines, and maybe that's the reason why. Maybe because black can keep the knights on the board, and it's no longer about who takes more pawns, I believe. It's no longer about who takes more pawns, but whose pawns are faster in all those lines. Like if black is able to push the h-pawn fast enough, because if he drops c7, he'll drop b6, and white will have his pair of pawns, pair of passed pawns. Yeah, Hikaru goes king g2. Now, I guess rook a1 is what you do. To be able to take this pawn if white takes c7.
Right,
I
so
guess.
probably you'd have to play like d5 first.
Yeah, and then once again, questions. d5 is one thing. Maybe you trade on g6 anyway. Rook a1, maybe you just trade on g6. And I'm not even sure what black captures with. Say with the pawn, and then again, I mean, one will have to calculate lines, and that's commentator's nightmare. Because it's cool and all, talk about, okay, in this structure, this pawn is weak, and then you want to bring the knight here and there. This is a very, very concrete position. I mean, even though it's the end game, but it's not the one when you just follow this do not rush principle and improve your pieces. Like, it's a lot of calculation to be done. I mean, one thing to actually figure out what type of an endgame you want with white. Like, do you want the knights to kind of stay on the board? Because the king g2 is the move that kind of allows you to choose. King g2, rook a1 is already on the board. Yeah, rook a1 played. And then you are the one to choose. Do you trade on g6? Do you go d5, as you said? Maybe you go knight d5, who knows? Knight d5, then try to take on c7 with the knight, but then again...
I was looking at just playing like knight takes knight.
Knight takes knight,
and
yeah.
then
F takes...
after pawn takes, now you play d5.
Now you play d5, so you're threatening c7. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, that looks not very good for black, to put it mildly. Rook f7, perhaps. Perhaps I will have to be modest, yeah. Perhaps I will have to play like rook f7. Yeah, for the time being, the material's still equal.
Yeah.
Maybe you have these things, like go to c6 and then threaten d6. Like d6, c takes, you'll take on d6. But yeah, but black is not without a chance in all those positions. At some point, it was showing that Hikaru was much better, right? I guess. Now I'm no longer that sure anymore. And especially, the potential of swapping the knights for black and making it kind of 4 rooks endgame, then potentially just rook endgame, where, as we all know from yesterday's game, right, even if computer says that one side is winning, it's not necessarily correct. I'm referring, of course, to this game between Shankland and Predke that we've seen.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so...
In the endgame, especially.
So there is that, and speaking of time control, moves made, moves left before they reach time control, here we are at move 31. So no worries whatsoever, I believe. They both will reach the time control, and they'll continue from there. The game is obviously still on. Shall we move on to Oparin and Yesipenko?
100%.
Yeah, here some exchanges happening. Yesipenko will be a pawn down very soon, I suspect, even though it's early in the opening. Hang on a second. Can someone confirm that what I see on the screen is correct? Can you see the clock, Jesse?
Yes.
Is it a correct display that Yesipenko has 1 hour 30? Because if it is, it's no, I don't believe it.
No. Okay, so Oparin has 23 minutes on the clock, and Yesipenko has 30 minutes on the clock.
Okay. So that's
which makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, something is off. Yeah, because I thought, first of all, how do you analyze something like you play c6 and then in 2 moves you play c5, yeah. And even if you've had it thoroughly analyzed, I mean, how do you come up with all that? Knight takes c3.
Yeah.
When I said Yasipenko will be a pawn down, I meant white could have taken with the pawn, in fact. And I think it does win the d5 pawn. It probably doesn't win the game because black will have compensation. But say bishop e6, I go rook d1, and then it's not clear how to guard the d5 pawn. But Oparin captures with the queen,
Ooh.
so making it so that it will take him much longer to take the pawn, or maybe he won't be able to take the d5 pawn at all, but he keeps the integrity of the queen side, so he doesn't want the b2 takes c3 recapture. Now it's, the kind of classical isolated pawn position, somewhat unusual set of minor pieces. So white has 2 knights, black has 2 bishops. It's not very common, but yeah, at least white keeps the proper minor piece to play against, right? As long as there is light square bishop on the board for black, you can always say, okay, I'll install the knight on d4, I will never leave from d4, and your bishop's going to be passive. So something like that. Yeah, queen takes c3, and the big plan, as far as I understand, I mean, first you probably try to win the pawn, like rook f to d1 next move. Very likely. If you fail to, then the plan B would be to put the knight on d4 and maybe push the queen side like b4, a4, and so on. So one of those positions where white is fully in control, and they'll be tough for Yasipenko. They'll be tough. Once again, I think the clock is completely off, or maybe not so much this time.
No, it's still roughly 23, 28 minutes.
So it's much closer to the time control. Yeah, then I don't know what it shows. I don't know what it shows. Anyway, what's the sharpest, what's the funniest position that we have? Mamedyarov Keymer must be, right?
I think so. And then we have to go to Tabatabai versus Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, there is also, I've seen that there was something happening. Yeah, Mamedyarov is already winning, according to these little notes by the boat. Mamedyarov already has some rook g5 check, king f8. Anyway, I mean, the position we have now, he actually, according to the machine, he kind of missed this. I mean, I don't know if it's true, but rook h4 instead of bishop f3 apparently could have won the game.
Oh.
The idea being f6, you go to g3, but wait a second, how does it win? Bishop e6, yeah, I can protect the knight, yeah, never mind. Black probably holds still. It's a bad position nevertheless, right? You might just go rook h8 and push the h-pawn, and maybe black doesn't really have an antidote to this. It's a very long plan, yeah, but what do you do? So h5, h6, h4, h5, h6, h7. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4. If it would be from h2, by the way.
Well, they say passed pawns move faster.
Faster? Maybe. Yeah. No, I've heard a funny one when I think. Yeah. So one pawn is running faster than 2. The guy has 2 connected passed pawns and he loses the rook endgame because he just went terribly wrong somewhere, and then admits, and his opponent only had 1, and he admits, it turns out that 1 pawn is running faster than 2.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, but I mean, if only it would be on h2, we could discuss the study. I mean, in studies, it's called. What's called Excelsior, I believe, when the white pawn starts on the initial square and then in the solution it goes consecutive to fourth rank, fifth rank. I mean, so your moves are basically moves with the pawn all the time, and then promotes eventually. So it's almost an Excelsior I want to perform here after rook h8, right? I just want to go h4 and so on. Okay, Mamedyarov plays bishop f3, perhaps skipping some bishop h5 ideas, and the only worry that I have here, could it be that black can take on h3? Because that would be a pity. I mean, apparently he has something prepared against that, I believe. Because it seems that it still works for black. Bishop e6, then if you pin, there is f6, and also if you go d5 first, hoping to drive the bishop away, there is still f6 intermediate. There's still f6, and that's very important, otherwise black would have lost. But f6 and bishop f7. So if bishop h3 is possible to play, then of course bishop f3 is a mistake. Quite interesting. Keymer, though, is in the time trouble as well, apart from having quite a suspicious position. So I guess still Mamedyarov is the big favorite to win. I would not come any further than this, but yeah, Mamedyarov is the big favorite to win this game. So there is that. There is other game in this pool is Dominguez against Dubov. By the way, I don't know if you guys noticed, but not a single game has finished. Not a single game has finished yet. All 8 games in progress. Well, we had this situation, and then at some point they kind of we can't even keep up with how many draws we have. Yeah. So shall we check the other game here? Yeah, here it looks more or less clear that Mamedyarov's on top. It's just a question, will he be able to convert it? My bet would be that he will, but who knows? Keymer played bishop d7, so apparently there was something wrong with bishop takes h3. Okay, then we might stay with this game for one more move, if this move is played fast. Which might not be the case. Yeah, it looks like Mamedyarov is not playing it.
It took him, I think he repeated some move, and then he took a bit to find rook f4. So now he just needs to find rook h4, I suppose.
Rook h4 might still be good.
Yeah?
Might still be good. He went bishop f3, bishop d7. Yeah, well, the thing is, after bishop f3, you probably have some sort of an idea, right? So, well, one of the moves you'd look at is like black playing bishop d7 or bishop e6. Therefore, I won't be too surprised if, let's say, he plays it quickly, but apparently he doesn't. He wants to calculate a little bit more precise. There's also, strangely, there is also e5, which is the move I would advise against, perhaps, but it might work. So just what I don't like is that white kind of ruins his pawn structure, but it might be winning, you know, just sort of straight up. Bishop e6, that's a funny line, for instance. Bishop e6, I go bishop g4.
Yeah.
The bishop on e6 is hanging. You cannot really protect it because you drop the c4 knight after the exchange. And if you take, I mean, why I'm bringing it up, it's an easy line. It's just that I've never seen a double attack like that. so you're double attacking the knight on g8 and the knight on c4.
And the rook.
Knight on g8 and knight on c4 both are hanging. And it might be a separate puzzle, so how this position came about. Yeah, why didn't take one of the knights previously?
No, very, very true. So what does he do in that position?
After bishop d7, he just went bishop h5. Bishop h5. Okay. And then f7 is attacked, bishop e6, now d5 would win. And after bishop e8, he actually plays e5. And that would have been his move after f6 as well. f6 also runs into e5, I believe, right?
Okay.
Yeah, e5.
Yeah, just trying
takes,
to
and then
open.
f6.
Okay.
F6 is hanging. You cannot
D6.
take because the pawn's pinned. The rook captures.
Yeah.
I think that wins. And after bishop e8, e5 must win. Right? It just must. E6 being the point. Yeah, I think.
But I suppose it's also a matter of accuracy from Keymer's side now.
I mean,
So, for instance, taking on e5, taking and playing something like, I don't know, rook c8 or something.
but e6 doesn't it win anyway? I would think.
knight
I would
h6.
think it does. No. Or takes and maybe takes first. Go e6.
Okay. Knight h6.
Knight h6. Oh well, yeah. Maybe this way you're still fighting. Yeah, like knight takes a rook.
But then maybe you're just
Like rook
taking the
f5.
knight and taking.
No, rook f. Oh, you mean what? They take on f. No, take on f7 is.
No, I mean like doubling the rooks and then after rook c7.
Yeah,
Or even
rook
knight
c7.
d6,
Yeah,
I
rook
don't know.
c7. You'll take one knight, take the other. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was thinking rook d6. Sorry, knight d6.
Okay.
Knight d6. And then black is still alive, kind of. And also, what I don't like for white is the fact that he isolated himself all the pawns. Well, I actually did this e5, even though I believe it wins. But it has to be kind of well calculated, well weighted in a way, because you take a lot of strategic responsibilities. You had a nice, beautiful center, and then after e5, de, you have a bunch of isolated pawns, right? You have a bunch of isolated pawns. Maybe you don't take, maybe you first go e6. Is it any different? It might be, yeah. You go e6. Then now knight h6 loses to rook f6, I'm guessing. Yeah, it does. The knight's attacked. After knight g8, there should be something. Like take g8, take f7, for instance. Yeah.
Oh, right.
I mean,
Then
this
you can still get this ending.
still requires some technique, but should be winning. Well, wait.
Yeah.
No, not f6. f6 is not played. So de5, d5 on the board. Keymer still thinking. Yeah, I would bet this is our first result. Maybe not first the game to finish, but first game to finish in one of the players' favor. And that only pushes me towards checking what Dominguez and Dubov are doing, because that's the same pool, and that's the only pool with two leaders, right? One of them is about to lose, it seems. So let's see how the other one's doing. Can we? Yeah. Let me see. Okay.
Well, Dominguez has 5 minutes for 12 moves.
Which is a bit worrisome. Okay, so my h6 suggestion was actually played, and Dominguez went with f4, not h4, but f4. Rook here, rook e1. Rook e7 is what Dubov plays. Then bishop e5, bishop c5. Takes over here, check here, queen c6, king g1. Funny enough, computer says equal. I don't know how is it equal. Queen c5, queen
On my side
c6.
too.
Yeah, queen b6, king f1. Can he try to take the pawn? No, wait a second. Bishop g7
Apparently,
is
just some sort of like repetition is suggested.
Wait a second.
But we do have a result.
We do have
I
a result.
to mention,
Let me know.
between Wesley So and Sam Shanklin,
And it's a draw.
It's a draw.
Okay, very exciting. Well, in fact, during the break, I was checking this game, and it wasn't as boring as I've originally thought, because it was, remember, this symmetrical Grunfeld endgame, and I said, like, the structure is so silly. But in fact, Sam at some point went to sacrifice the pawn, and it got a bit interesting. But yeah, like Wesley was a pawn up, but Sam had a very strong center, which would surely compensate for the pawn. I was actually thinking, is it possible that Shankland is better? But yeah, perhaps Wesley just found something to calm things down. Okay, so here I'm really curious if I can try capturing on b2, but apparently it's... Yeah, so point being bishop g7. I was hoping to go h5. Distracting the queen, and there is queen h4 attacking the rook. Yeah, doesn't really work. Look, queen b2, bishop g7, and white wins, right? Knight g7 loses, everything loses. Yeah, so there is no point in it, and then black should probably just go with checks. Queen a6, queen b6, and so on.
So this is his only hope then?
No, I'm not sure if...
And king h1, king g2 is never an option?
Wait a sec. Somehow
queen a6,
we have different... I don't have... I mean, my kind of live analysis board, if it makes any sense, shows that queen b6, king f1 is the last position that...
Yes.
And
no, that's what I'm saying. Maybe queen a6.
Yeah.
In this position, and then just king g2. But
king g2, sure. Queen c6. That's what already was already on the board. I don't know how it works for black, but apparently it does work. For some reason, bishop g7 is not the move here. Because you have f5. How cool is that? f5.
Oh.
And then if queen f5, knight g7 with the tempo attacking the queen, and queen from c6 protects c8, so there is no queen c8 check. That's one thing. And the other thing, that after queen g6, like knight g7 doesn't work. I trade the queen, take on e7. Rook g7 doesn't work because the knight on e6 is hanging. But there is like a absolutely separate, unexistent motif that wasn't there previously. Knight f4 and then queen takes queen. Okay, so that's kind of a covert trap, this queen c6. Okay, Dubov is thinking, right? He didn't go for queen a6 yet. Could it be that queen a6 you answer with queen e2, but are you better? No, then you're probably not better at all, right? Takes over here, go knight c5, a4 is hanging. Unless there is bishop d4. So you can't take, or can you take? I mean, first you have to trade the rooks, obviously, and then can you take on a4 is the question, because knight's almost trapped. b3, knight b2, king d2. I mean, we are talking funny lines here. a4, no, just look, a4, king goes here, and then you go a3, and all of that, I mean, all this setup can't move. You can't move a2 pawn. I can't move at all.
Oh, black cannot.
Black cannot. White also. I mean, if you go king b1, you set the knight free, right? Knight's running away to d3.
Sure.
And even if you move the bishop, like you might say, okay, I go to c5, and then I'll take the pawn, I'll take the knight, but then the knight's free again, because knight d3 you can't capture.
Oh, wow.
You have to be in a square of a pawn, right? You can't capture. So that's interesting. That's interesting.
That seems awkward.
And especially since it's far, far away. And Dominguez is a little bit low on time. So could it be that he kind of goes for it and then... It's not like he loses there. It might still be a draw. It's just a little bit more entertaining. more entertaining draw.
100%. There's a question from chat.
Sure.
Can Vachier-Lagrave draw the game from your perspective? Because according to the engine, there's some huge advantage for Tabatabai, but I don't see it, neither does chat, I don't think, that we can look at that position.
Well, actually, you've told me to look at Tabatabai Vachier-Lagrave, and for some reason I've forgotten. Yeah, let's go to pool D, let's check his game, and also the other game in the same pool. Huge advantage for white, seriously. Okay, first things first. The answer is yes, he can draw the game from this point on. The question is, can he...
Where's the advantage?
Yeah, where's the advantage? I mean, okay. Last move for black, being b7, b5. The advantage apparently is that you can take on a3 at the very least and be a pawn up, right?
Okay.
Then you can take bishop a3, not knight a3, which would have been awkward, rook c1 check, right? But bishop a3, bishop takes, knight takes, and you say, okay, maybe my pieces are not ideally placed, but I'm a pawn up. And b4 in this case, you probably go here, I'm guessing. Or you just go knight c2. Yeah, you actually go knight c2, target b4, and then rook d4 might win the other pawn. But this is still not like a huge advantage. And if we are talking huge advantage, it's got to be something like rook d6, bishop a3. I don't know, but it doesn't add up for me. Maybe chat can help me with this. Yeah, like takes, I was thinking takes, check, then, I don't know, king e5 looks scary. Maybe it works somehow, the king lives, but it looks very scary. But king c6 seems fine. King c6 seems fine, so that there'll be a couple of checks, but not more than that. So I don't see rook takes d6 working, and therefore I'm not sure where the big advantage is. I mean, there is certainly some advantage after bishop a3.
Apparently it's rook d4.
Rook d4. Well, like rook d4, and so rook d4 stops b4, right? Rook d4.
So actually rook d4 or bishop takes a3, so we went over that line already. So 100% that's already a pawn.
Yeah. Rook d4 might be white's kind of try to improve on bishop a3 line, because he'll take on it.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Knight a3 on the board? Seriously? But that's rook c1, guys. What is this?
Oh.
Is it serious? Maybe. Wait a second. Rook c1,
I think it was
rook
rook c7,
c1.
no?
Yeah, and rook c7. So he thought through this. He thought through this, and
So what happens after bishop c5?
no, bishop c5. This
Doesn't work to maybe
cannot hold. I
rook
mean,
d1.
like
Okay.
everything's hanging now, right?
Okay.
Rook d8. Actually, it kind of holds to an extent. Yeah, rook d8 takes on d7, takes on c5, but that's a pawn, and the bishop against the knight. Yeah, it should be winning.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight c8 is kind of a more serious attempt, perhaps. Then bishop takes, it's knight b6, and then rook d1, it's rook d8. And for now, black keeps all the material. Or not even rook d8, but bishop d6. No, bishop d6 loses. Swap everything and go e5, yeah? Swap everything on d7 and use the pin by going e5. Yeah, a lot of tactics. A lot of tactics. I'm really surprised by Tabatabai's decision to even give black possibility to go for tactics, because it seemed, yeah, take on a3 with the bishop and you are safe and much better. But still, yeah,
Oh, wow.
he seemingly has control. I think he has control over the position. So there is that, and if Tabatabai wins, that means like they're both, he comes back to 50%, he sends Vachier-Lagrave back to 50% from being in the lead, and Yu Yangyi against Giri all of a sudden becomes even more important, because the winner of that game will be the group leader after round 4. if there is the leader, of course. And this is.
Can we please take a look?
Yeah.
Chad is going wild for the game with Hikaru versus Aronian.
Because we have such a lot of supporters of Hikaru in the chat. Yeah.
That's true. But apparently, I had to check on multiple
sources,
websites just to check
tell me.
this position right now. But the evaluation is insisting that Hikaru is just completely winning.
Hikaru is completely winning. So King G2, and then he captured G6, captured C7, went D5, and Aronian went Rook A8. And Hikaru is completely winning, but how is he winning? If you've checked it, Rook E7, is it? Yeah, Rook E7 is a very human move. I don't know if it's the best move, but that's what you want to do. Rook G8 seems to be the only option for Aronian.
Apparently H5 is better than Rook
H5.
G8.
You just
maybe it's the same actually.
You sack the pawn and you run with the king. Yeah, maybe you don't actually need 2 pawns. Yeah, maybe you're right. In fact, yeah, maybe you're right. H5 and then just. If you're not checkmated, then there is no point.
Stockfish for the win.
There is no point in kind of going Rook G8 and setting your Rook passive. Yeah, but that's we've looked at the position. Yeah, I agree, and it is probably winning. It's just that I don't know how exactly one has to proceed. Do you get the pawn on D7 first? Do you try to win the second guy? Like you probably go D6 no matter what. Like black goes H5, and you might not even be taking on G7. Maybe you go D6. But then this is where it gets confusing. Because let's say black just doesn't do anything, goes king h6 so that the pawn is not taken with a check. How exactly do I win? Is d7 winning, for instance? Because after d7, interestingly enough, we have 4 rooks on the board, but like, how do you use those rooks for black? I mean, the moment you leave the last rank, you lose. Mm-hmm. So yeah, basically after d7, both rooks are supposed to be staying on the last rank. Maybe that's the win. Yeah, you go to d7, and then depending on black's action, you go with one of the rooks to the b to attack the b pawn. Like if this goes here, then rook c6 is a little bit no, can't really do. Rook a8. Rook e7, d6 was, according to computer, d6 was better, I don't know. d6 was better. To rook e7, Aronian plays h5. I still think d6 is what we do, right?
Yeah, d6 and then probably just, I'm not even sure what black plays here.
Exactly.
But d6, d7 is inevitable.
So this, yeah, it doesn't matter what you do. You're kind of not in time to put the rook behind the passed pawn. That's what you would like to do. Like ideally, you go say rook a4 and white skips the move, and you go here d7 and you lift the other rook, and this is how you survive. This is how you survive, because rook e8 you'll have this.
More than anything, I fear that people in chat will have another screenshot of you dabbing, one for the front and one for the back of the hoodie.
I don't think it'll happen. You mean today? Five games will be won by one of the players.
Games.
No, okay, we are safe.
5 decisive results.
No, we are
today.
safe, absolutely safe, chat. I mean, the draws will come. I'm not worried the slightest bit. This one I'm not sure though. Yeah, this might be a win for Hikaru, which also will mess up things in the group, right? Which also will mess up things quite a bit. And we didn't look at something. We're planning to look at some other game, I believe. Jesse, are you still with me? I can't hear you properly.
Yes, I'm here. Don't worry.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Just typing to the director. I didn't want you to hear my keyboard noises.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, I keep forgetting you're a professional streamer. So if the mic went on, it went off. It's this is what was supposed to happen. Right. Yeah, I mean, I have difficulties kind of staying with this game all the time, simply because it's move 35, and yeah, I understand chat is excited because Naka's position is apparently winning, but it's not blitz, guys. It's not bullet. This game will be still around after half an hour and possibly after an hour. You know.
That's true.
Yeah.
We should keep this game in like a small little window and then just come back to it when things get exciting again.
Yeah, no, things are exciting. It's just that, I mean, the pace is not as you would expect, like when Hikaru's streaming bullet. And since it's move 35, we'll most likely get to the time control, and then once again half an hour addition, and you know, so it will last for long. And I would rather check what is still around with not so many moves made, like where the big excitement comes from. And the big excitement for me is, of course, like when everyone is on 1 minute, if both players on 1 minute and they make silly moves so that we can make laugh of them. Okay, I'm not that, of course, not that cruel, but yeah, like a Giri with white against Yu Yangyi, round 1, remember? There apparently have been some mistakes made, because the position was so sharp. Giri was winning from the beginning, but the position was so sharp, and they were both very low on time. So the evaluation, I believe, shifted quite a bit for the few times during the time trouble. So here, well, Hikaru will keep it in control this way or another. So let's do what? Let's switch maybe Oparin Yesipenko. I mean, there might be more results coming. Yeah, Dominguez and Dubov, we still don't know if they will repeat or not.
That's very true. He ended up playing h5 in that position.
Dubov.
So there was some small development there. So I don't think they will repeat.
Yeah, if he played h5, he doesn't want to repeat, right?
Yeah, so then, I mean, Dubov played h5 and Dominguez responded with queen e2.
Oh, okay. So after this check and king g1. So Dubov could repeat and decided not to. That's interesting. I would argue playing against Dominguez's clock, sort of. Queen e2. But wait, but now we do have this position on the board almost automatically, right? Knight to c5. No, it's not this position. The position that I had previously was with the king on f1 already. And this is how this line came about. It was bishop d4, black trading, capturing the pawn. Yeah, now you don't have bishop d4 at all. You're actually threatened f6 to, yeah. So after queen e2, but what his plan is then, rook d2 maybe, unpinning the bishop, also attacking the d5 pawn. Yeah, perhaps it's rook d2. Then black can play rook d7, which is an ugly move, but hopefully wins black the pawn on a4. And then white goes bishop d4, and you cannot take the pawn because b3 traps the knight. And then black goes knight b3. Yeah, so I mean, once again, it's a lot of stuff to consider. For some reason, I believe Dominguez still has it, like the equality. I mean, so he's not worse.
Not on the clock.
He's
though.
not worse.
He has 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. He only has 2 minutes left.
Wow.
Okay, on the other hand, I'm thinking, if Dubov really wants to play, right, if he wants to keep playing, maybe it's all wrong to trade the queens. Yeah. Maybe he just, because previously, what was the reason for those checks? Because there was a threat of f5 at some point, there was a threat of bishop takes g7. So now, since the queen is pushed back, maybe you can allow yourself to play some other move. I don't know. Give a check, distract the queen to f2 and go queen c6, for instance. And then say, yeah, okay, my knight will be better than your bishop, and or maybe not, but you are with 2 minutes, so let's play, right? I mean, let's keep the queens on and play.
Yeah.
And this is apparently what he's doing. He decided not to trade the queens. He went queen to b6 check. I had a crazy idea of going bishop d4 after this check, but no.
Ooh.
Queen b6 check and king f1 is already on the board. So interestingly enough, the live board kind of lags behind a little bit. So after this check,
Yes, I don't know.
yeah, it's really strange how it happens. I mean, I have no clue myself.
I don't know what black plays here, actually.
What black plays here?
Because the rook is just, it's undefended, so I don't understand.
Knight c5, no?
Knight c5.
In what position? The one that we have on a
This
live
one, the live
board?
one. Yes, the live.
No, he gave check, king f1 has already happened.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, I meant your board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perhaps knight c5 after king f1. But Dubov's gonna show us. Dubov's gonna show us what the plan is.
So chat is suggesting the reason Dubov decided to play on is the fact that Dominguez has 2 minutes and he has 32 minutes. So being up on time is sort of a huge advantage depending on, I guess, how certain Dominguez is in this position and if he's sure he knows exactly what's going on.
Yeah, and the other reason for Dubov to play, because you know, it's not a very sophisticated kind of reason, but he might just want to play, because by that point, as I've said, and perhaps he would not disagree, that realistically chances are lost for qualification, right? And then
There's nothing to lose.
yeah, and some people would give up and make all draws or try to make all draws, and even quickly, right? Others would just play every game like it's a last game, try to win everything, maybe end up losing more. But yeah, so it's, I mean, when there is no chance, seemingly there is no bad move, right? I mean, you can do this, you can do that.
Yeah.
And if
he's basically like, listen, I'm dressed well today. I want to be on camera as long as possible.
Dressed well, yeah, that's one of his favorite sweaters for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But in order to play this position, he really needs to think deep to find the exact way to put problems, right? And therefore, once again, it might seem as a time trouble, but it's not big of a time trouble for Dominguez, in fact, simply because Dubov will be thinking, right?
Yeah. Someone says he wears one certain brand quite often, and maybe he gets a fee for how long we see his shirts on air.
That's a good guess, but no. As far as I know, he's paying himself for his.
He's paying himself
for his sweaters. That means he's not sponsored by the brand.
Yeah.
Okay, Mamedyarov and Keymer. Okay, this is the game I want to see. Shahryar apparently is winning. They've almost reached the time control, and they certainly will. But somehow it reminds me of this Nakamura-Aronian, or Aronian-Nakamura game from
With
round
the two
one.
minor pieces.
2 minor pieces against the rook, which lasted almost
And a couple
forever.
pawns.
Yeah.
It did.
Which lasted almost forever, because it seems that Mamedyarov could have won much faster than he actually does. Interestingly, against knight and bishop, remember this game once again I'm referring to, the Aronian Nakamura from round one. Aronian's approach was to kind of try to create connected passed pawns, right? Against the knights, interestingly, The setup Mamedyarov has is very good because
It's beneficial because
I
it's
think-
scattered all around the board.
Yeah. So you run with the H pawn and then A pawn if you happen to take A5. Yeah, and knights have difficulty stopping rook pawns, right?
So this is what a table would look like if you were to sort of sprinkle salt all over, just spill the salt, and you'd have the pawns all over the place.
And once again, I don't know if there is a specific name for like all isolated pawns, right? But anyway, you got the point. Is there a way he captures A5? Rook C5. Does Rook C5 capture A5? Because if it does, the game's over. Rook C5. Knight B7 doesn't help. Because Rook B5. A4 doesn't help either because Rook A5. And Knight E4 and Knight C3. Oh. Not so fast, Miro. Not so fast. And then we are entering this study territory, right? When you go Rook C4, and then it might actually win. Funny enough, but you don't want to. You don't want to find out. Knight E2 obviously loses to King F2. Yeah, Knight A2. The knight is kind of locked, but is not trapped yet. Rook A7 is what he does. Okay, Rook A7. Rook A7 allows
Knight C4.
Allows Knight C4 back. Yeah, and probably it has to be played. Yeah, you cannot allow yourself to drop the A pawn. Because then it's just the scenario that I've described, right? I mean, if something like this happens, white maybe doesn't even need the king, which feels strange, right? Playing the endgame without the king, but maybe you don't even go King F2, King E3, not to run into some double attack, but just keep it on F1, and then you push one pawn, then you push the other, and then very likely one of them wins you the knight. But that's once again, that's got to be a long game. Move 39, they'll reach the time control. Knight C4 just played by, Knight C4 just played by Keymer. Still not convinced that Mamedyarov is winning it in the best way possible. He could have won with this Rook H4 move early on, but yeah. We'll probably win it. Rook C7, move 40, okay. Rook C7, Knight D6 happen again. Move 40, another half an hour added to Mamedyarov's clock. And Keymer's clock for this matter. So we'll see a lot of long games today. And maybe I was wrong, Jesse. I've claimed this one to be finishing first, right? With the result. Okay, we already have a draw in Wesley against Shankland. But even like the result might happen in some other game faster, right?
Yeah, decisive results.
Yeah,
probably.
Absolutely, because that's a longish endgame to play. And once again, not a lot of doubt why it's going to be winning, but yeah. Speaking of which, shall we check out the games? Vachier?
Yes, 100%. Let's check out, as you mentioned, MVL's game, and then we can jump back to, or perhaps even go to Yu Yangyi's game afterwards. But in order, of course.
Yeah. MVL Predke. Ooh, things happening. It's actually a very, very sharp position in MVL versus Predke, so I'm not sure how much time the guys have. 5.5 minutes for Alexander Predke. Knight E2, remember this one, right? When he went Knight E2 and started to move the knight.
Okay, the knight made it to D4, it seems.
Knight made it to D4 and later on made it to F3. But Predke came up with a very interesting try to confuse matters. As soon as we'll get the... Because currently you can see, from a live board, the king's on G3. And it's kind of stuck there. Because you would rather prefer the king to be on G1 in this position, or H1.
Yeah.
But king h2 runs into knight g4, so you're not running away too soon. Knight takes e5 runs, of course, into knight h5 or whatever. Yeah, knight h5 and rook f2. So the whole construction kind of gets stuck a little bit. The only question would be what happens if white queen moves. And there was queen f2, g4, h4, and black went g3 check. Black went g3 check, which was captured with the king, surprisingly. Rook f8, knight f3, and bishop e8. So if I move the queen to d4, for instance,
yeah.
What's black's counterplay in this case? Not too sure. Because the rook is hanging. The rook is hanging and you can't move it back because e5 happens with a check. The discovered check from the b1 bishop. But apparently there is something because he did not play it yet. It's one of the obvious moves, like move the queen away from f2 so that you are threatening to take the rook, and he didn't play it. And maybe queen e7 is there, maybe that's the point. So here black goes queen e7. If you take, you once again run into this knight h5 thing, and then queen h4 if the king goes there. So it's all about some weird attack from black. I think it's one of those cases when you've lost the positional fight already, and if queens disappear from the board, you lose. You also a pawn down, but you keep creating threats, and it's not that pleasant for your opponent.
You have to keep things in the middle game?
Yeah, and you have, I mean, when a certain line is crossed, and it's very common in like King's Indian and openings like this, when a certain line is crossed, your only target is the king, right? You cannot win the pawn back, you cannot repair, I don't know, the weaknesses, something like that. So well, you have one objective for this game, to get to the king. If you fail, you fail.
Yes.
But then it also makes life easier in a way, right? So you don't have to think, maybe the position is not great, but at least you don't have to double check, like, should I go for an endgame, maybe try to make a draw?
Yeah.
No, you don't have such option. So I guess
well, I mean, I knew a streamer who said that every time she blundered a piece, at least you didn't have to worry about it anymore. Like, it's you don't have to worry about the pieces you don't have. So here you can have some sort of positional advantage, but if you do not, you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. No, or material advantage or disadvantage. It's also this. Yeah, because black for now also is a pawn down, right? The pawn here sacrificed a couple of moves ago with g3. But that's a very strange round. Once again, I want at least one game to be kind of a bit faster than the other, because we are waiting for everyone, and then everything, like, all the juice sort of happens at the same time in a span of 10
and
minutes. And you don't know where to go.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, like everyone has a time trouble, and it's interesting here, it's interesting there, and this guy hang a flag, right. So now, yes, Predke is under some time pressure. Also position, I'm not sure, maybe white's just much better, but MVL keeps thinking, and we have another 6 games to look at, so pardon me, but we will have to switch. We'll have to switch.
Let's do it. Can we take a look at Nakamura Aronian once again? I'm sorry, I know we were supposed to go over to Giri.
If we can, yes. And what's happening there? What's happening there? Or just chat's asking what Hikaru is doing, how Hikaru is doing.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah. Hikaru is winning, or he is not winning.
Let's see.
I mean, first of all, if we won't be switched from this game,
all the juice.
Yeah. No, but seriously, I mean, if okay, but that's the same game, right? I mean, so what do we want? We want Hikaru, right?
Yes, 100%. Let's see if we can get that on the board soon. And they're approaching time control as well. Hikaru Nakamura has 5 minutes on the clock versus Aronian's 23 minutes. And they're on move 39.
39 move to play for Hikaru.
Yep, and the last move that was played was d7.
I don't have it. Don't have it yet. D7 was played?
d7.
I
think so.
still have white to move after king g5. But what's on the camera? Right. What's on the camera? Is Hikaru thinking? Is Levon thinking?
Okay, no, it might be right. Yeah.
And he does play d7. You're absolutely right.
Okay.
Yeah. Just some seconds. d7, rook to...
And rook d5.
Rook d5. And perhaps Hikaru kind of blundered this one. Because you would expect white to win after rook d7. After rook c8 here. But then there is rook d7.
There is. So maybe you meant to play something like f4 first. And then if the king takes, you have rook c8. And then if the rook takes on d7, you have rook c4. Check.
Brilliant. Well, actually, this f4 is clever. Yeah.
So I don't know if he will take on f4 if Hikaru plays it. Hikaru's busy shaking his head right now. Nice full cam. With a combination of like shaking his head and nodding and all the rest.
Yeah. So f4, you mean like king f4, rook c8 similarly wins, right?
Something like that.
Yeah. So f4. But what else is he left with? Like king h4, kind of trying to hide, but it might be that this king is getting checkmated. There's also going to be some f5, like opening more files and then still going for this rook c8 and then check on the fourth rank idea. Yeah. Okay, so f4. First, let's illustrate. If the king captures, it's rook c8, and then when you can't really do much, you have to hope that rook d7 works, and if not, rook c4 check, and then take the other rook. So this is obviously winning.
So that's what we're hoping for. As Hikaru supporters, who are you supporting here in the game? Or are we going in unbiased?
Here? I have no idea. Just I mean, seriously, I know it's a very common question, but I'm not a big kind of supporter by now. I mean, since I've commentated on so many events, if I would be emotionally invested all the time, I would not survive through this. So okay, let them play.
Shoutcasting like Formula One commentators.
It's well. I don't know if I've told you this, but once there was a football world championship. What year it was? Like 2018, right? Yeah. So national teams playing everything, and we were in St. Louis doing some chess commentary. And why I'm bringing this up, we watched a match, I'm not sure what it was and who was playing, but just a match of football or soccer there, right? I mean, they call it soccer because they have American football. And with American commentary, which is a rare case, of course, right? Because usually I'm in Europe, so what do I watch? I mean, I would watch Russian commentary or whatever, English, but British, right? And then we watched it with American commentary, and it's so strange because everyone is like nothing big happens, and it's always like, wow, and now he does this, and now he does that. So it's absolutely different approach to the game. And I mean, if we would try to comment on 5 hours long games with such a, with such a emotional investment, we wouldn't be able to. Okay, that was a lot.
Would you be more tired?
I'm tired enough, kind of. F4. let's try to find a move. Maybe there is a move still, like king d5. Is king d5 a move? Sorry, king f5. King f5, yeah. Because now at least this works, right? This works. There is no intermediate check. So
King f5.
King f5. There might be the case that there is still something winning. But what? Because rook f7, king e6. And he actually kind of goes towards this. And maybe rook here. No, rook d8. He's just on time. How is it winning? How is it winning? I don't quite understand. 4 check. King f6. Yeah, king f6 loses to the same thing. Yeah, rook here, rook d7. I mean, same trick. Not exactly the same thing, but the same trick with rook c6 and then capture. So rook c8. Wait. f4. Aronian thinking he's got 20 minutes. But why we keep coming back to this game? I mean, I'm still not sure, because chat wants it. Chat, cool down.
I think so.
Cool down. Nakamura reached the time control. After king f5, I'm not sure if he wins. Aronian has efficiently 50 minutes till the end of the game. Okay, 20 minutes to make one move. And so there is nothing happening.
Shall we go to Giri's
Absolutely.
game then?
Let's check quickly the games that we didn't check.
Okay.
Because time trouble's coming. Yeah, time trouble's coming. Like for instance, we've missed the worst part of Giri's game, where a lot of stuff happens. Where you can actually think of very cool variations. Like, for instance, that was no, we don't see it. At move 35, well, actually, the machine suggests that it's still a draw or equal position. I mean, I don't know. Last move being rook d1. So here, just thought, check. Maybe white has a perpetual of some sort, right? Yeah, you have a perpetual. The king is not running away. But let's imagine white is so naive that he captures on a6. You know what wins, I'm guessing? Yeah. Queen f4. And then if king takes, bishop e5 happens to be a checkmate. So that's a funny thing. But yeah, of course, white is not so naive. Therefore, he plays rook d1. He brings the rook into the game. I think black is still kind of well positioned to make a draw here, but can hardly think of winning simply because the king is... There's nowhere to hide the king.
So chat says you will obey the chat, as in the commentators need to follow chat's orders. And another said, we went to the game to watch Levon stress about the position. So there are the reasons why.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. No, I mean, I can imagine Hikaru has a lot of supporters. So does Levon, right? It's just that they may be less represented in the chat.
Yes.
Okay, so here, move 35.
Yeah. Oh, and we have queen to 8 check.
Queen to 8 check, okay. Now wait a second, but how's it once again? I mean, I'm kind of behind or what? Bishop c3 first. Yeah, there was black to move, so bishop c3.
Oh, my bad.
Bishop c3 first, and then queen a8 check.
Yeah. There we go.
Well, actually, I'm kind of curious to see where is it all going, because it's either perpetual kind of over there immediately, with just, like check, or white is planning to blunt the queen f4, which I'd be very surprised with, but who knows.
Oh my gosh. They're getting aggressive.
No, I don't think he No, it doesn't make any sense. No, he won't blunder. He won't blunder simply because, first of all, he won't blunder, and even if you don't see queen f4, queen a6 is not an appealing move. Like, say, black goes somewhere, g7. So you do have a perpetual, that's what I mean, like queen b7, queen a8. Black won't be able to run away. But after queen a6, yeah, we already know queen f4 wins, yeah, but even if there wouldn't be queen f4, there is like bishop e1 and a lot of other stuff. So queen a6 won't be played.
Very nice.
I think
mate.
it's just a draw, to be honest. Because white can't really play for the win, and black might want to, but still cannot, I guess. The king f7 is the only way, kind of king f7, queen e7 is the only way to avoid the perpetual. But this way you're unpinning the bishop, so bishop goes to, he already went to e7. I think draw's happening right now.
And the queen went to b7 check as well.
Absolutely.
Probably looking for that pipette.
Yeah, queen b7 is clearly a move.
King d8.
King d8, is he?
No, he hasn't played yet. I was looking
No,
at
king
king
d8,
d8.
queen b8. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think he will, but who knows? King
Oh, he
d8,
did.
he does play king d8. I don't really see...
Inviting the draw, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't really see why d8 and not back to f8. Maybe it makes sense. Yeah, maybe you expect... you're inviting queen h7 where you still win after queen f4. Okay, not very serious hope, but there is like a little hope that maybe queen h7 and then I win in the same fashion. So 7 games in progress still. They're merciless. What's happened? What happens? I mean, they were supposed to... I mean, that's a day before the free day, I think. Last time we were doing commentary in Berlin, it was actually the shortest day. The shortest broadcast was the day before the free day. Because all thought, yeah, let's make it quick, then let's have a nice free day tomorrow. Not today, though. Not today, though. 7 games... Most of them, it seems, will cross 40 moves mark and go on, and some of them will go on for quite a bit.
Yeah,
Quite a bit.
I agree. And I think they're sort of just spending all their energy right now. I mean, tomorrow's the rest day. They're like, okay, I can rest, I can sleep, I can catch up and all that. And so they may be just getting rid of all of that energy now by playing the best chess they can. No one wants to go into a rest day knowing they have lost a game, or perhaps even drawn a game that they had chances in. So 100%.
Absolutely. Okay, I've switched to the other game in this pool, Tabatabai and Vityugov. Tabatabai is similarly having a winning position now that I look at it. Also will reach move 40 after a couple more moves. And it went this direction, the line that we've discussed. Yeah, capture on c1, so Vityugov went for this line, rook c7, rook c8, and I mean, basically they ended up in this position, and now I believe white's completely winning. 2 connected passed pawns, black can generate close to 0 counterplay on the other wing. So you just roll with the pawns, a5, king b3, king a4, move them forward. I don't see black having any chance, to be honest. And this will mess up things in this group even further, because with 2 rounds to go, they will all be on 50%. They'll be on 2 out of 4, like every 4 of them, all 4 of them, every one of them, but all 4 of them. Confusing.
Don't worry, you got there.
Got there eventually. Yeah.
Right, so he's thinking now after queen to b8, Giri will probably just make sure that he doesn't get caught up anywhere.
Giri is gonna make a draw, and what else? Mamedyarov is going to win, but it's gonna take him some time. Yeah, Dominguez, Dubov, we don't know what's gonna happen. Wesley and Shetland drew, so those are
Yeah.
Those are reputable guys.
I'm so afraid to call a draw. Do you want to wait until everyone gets to time control? I mean, call a break.
No,
at
no,
least
of
a
course,
short
no,
one.
of course.
Yeah.
We stay till like 15 more
Time
minutes
control.
till time control.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, here though, it is a time control. It's move 40, so we might as well just move on. What MVL Predke? Okay, that's move 35, and MVL goes for it. I wanted to say.
Okay.
Queen sacrifice on the board.
Oh wow.
Queen sacrifice on the board. The live board kind of lags behind for whatever reason. Yeah. So he, after bishop g6, he captures on e5, knight h5, king h2. What is all that? Rook takes. Knight takes g6. Is he planning to play knight takes g6? Is that what he wants to do? Rook takes, and then you can't take because e5 happens to be a checkmate. Can you believe? Can you believe it? It's a beautiful, beautiful idea, even though computer suggests that it's still a draw. I mean, I don't know if I have to believe it by that point, but it's a beautiful idea found by MVL, it seems. Knight takes g6. And it's not like black has that many. No, he's not supposed to take on f1. Okay, that makes perfect sense. He's not supposed to take on f1.
Oh.
Queen f7.
Okay. What's wrong with rook takes f1? Rook takes,
Jesse. I mean, I thought, but what do you do then? What's the move? King g6, you're checkmated, and e5 is sort of a threat, right? I guess it sounds bad. So that's kind of at first, knight f6, e5, knight d5 might hold. No, it doesn't. No, I think if queen f7 does not blunder a queen in one move, which sometimes happens to me, then it's the move.
Oh my gosh. He had 5 seconds on his clock and he made a move.
He made a move.
So there were
Which one?
There were two recommended. Rook to b2. But he had 2 recommended moves. There was rook takes f1 or queen to f7. As you mentioned.
Really? Rook f1 would still hold, and rook b2.
It will with the end being knight f6, not king takes g6.
Yeah, of course. And rook b2 doesn't work. Or what? He captured on b2.
Rook b2. Apparently better for white, but just by +1, I suppose, with knight f8 being the move here.
Yeah, and I don't know, once again, how much we can trust the engine on this. Like +1 might be a little bit off, yeah? So that's actually a very, very sharp position.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Alright, so... Wait, are you still there? I think I lost audio.
No, I'm just staring at the position. I have no idea what to say.
Okay. We have rook b2. And, I mean, here I would feel very uncomfortable with the... just not having a queen, I think, at first. But of course, in very special circumstances, I would consider giving my queen. I was wondering, actually, instead of even if knight f8, if it wasn't hanging or if we're still, like, threatening mate, and so on, maybe rook c3 and doubling up the rooks on the f-file.
Yeah, but maybe he's even more aggressive than that. I'm guessing he wants, like, knight e6. Knight e6, check, king g8, knight e6, and then maybe the rook is going to c7.
Uh-huh. I see, so knight, and then king h7, and you're threatening e5. But then the rook will have to take on b1. Is that why the rook is on b2? Just with that?
Exactly. That's why he went. That's why he went to b2 because Otherwise, e5 and this bishop is just too strong of a piece.
I see.
So it might be that he will end up taking on b1 anyway. For now, I'm guessing knight f6 might be the move. No, he captures the bishop immediately. Yeah, rook takes b1. Yeah, the kind of live board got stuck. Rook takes b1. Rook takes b1. Almost, it's almost forced, I believe. You could give a rook f8. Well, maybe that's why MVL stops, because look.
Yeah.
Currently, once again, I don't know if we should discuss this because our live position says something absolutely different. Yeah, so the analysis board is the correct position in the game, and here you could take on b1, which is the natural recapture, but then black plays knight f6. So you could try to improve on this line by first giving a check on f8, kind of infiltrating on the 8th rank, and after king h7 only, then you take the rook. I'm not sure what's better, and similarly MVL is not sure. That's why he's thinking.
I can try to provide only what I can see on the screen here, and it went from +1 to +6 in just that capture.
Yeah, okay.
Just that capture. So capturing back is the recommended, but I also believe you and that both are possible here with rook f8 being the first intermezzo.
Just two ideas. I'm not sure. I mean, if I would be playing this game, I would spend a lot of time here as well. I mean, trying to tell what's the point. Yeah, but if you're saying that it's +6 and rook takes b1 is enough, that means it's just that the position is winning. It's not some tactical, some tactical only line, because tactics never starts with rook takes rook like this. Yeah, I mean, so,
of course.
So if you
only the 3,200 level puzzles, you know.
Okay. So MVL thinking, and we still don't have a single result. I mean, it's how confusing that is. Well, actually, if MVL beats Predke, it's the second pool where everyone's going to be on 50%.
Yeah, and we do have another result as well between Yu Yangyi and Giri,
and it's a draw. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes.
I do have to tell you though, from our analysis thus far, there are 5 incredibly exciting games. You know what that means.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll postpone it till the last day, even if it happens. I mean.
Okay, no problem.
Queen e7. So he captures the rook, and black plays queen e7, and then perhaps you just play it simple, play it slow, like go g3. Or what do you do? I mean, you don't want to drop the h pawn, apparently, right? You don't want to drop the h pawn.
Ooh.
So you probably go g3. And the thing is, black queen doesn't really get anywhere, it seems, right? I mean, it's kind of stuck a little bit, yeah. The
very strong.
Knight on e6 is incredibly strong. Yeah, you could go, say, g3, and if queen a7, even go rook f3, covering e3 square, so to make sure that the queen is not getting anywhere. Like, go here. If black tries to activate the queen this way to get to e3, you can even do this. Let's not forget white also has a pawn, right? So 2 rooks and the pawn against the queen. Yeah. But hang on a second. Let's move 40. So we immediately leave from there. This game's done.
It's done, huh?
Yeah, they'll keep thinking. Mamedyarov, Keymer, long time move 40, yeah. Dominguez, Dubov, move 38. And some exchanges, and that's a wrong game. I'm talking. Dominguez Dubov. I'm not sure what move it is.
It's move 45.
45. So they've reached it. Dubov maybe having some chances. Maybe he doesn't. No, probably he doesn't. Some endgame. Some endgame move 46, yeah, nothing to talk about. Oparin and Yesipenko is the only game that didn't reach the time control, after which we...
I think so.
Yeah.
Which is the
2 more moves.
first board in the pool A.
2 more moves in Oparin Yesipenko. Oparin may be having an advantage, but if it's... Look, I mean, once again, we could have an absolutely symmetrical situation in 3 pools that everyone will be on 50% after 4 rounds. Incredible. So potentially a lot of tiebreak activity after the group stage. Imagine.
Yeah.
I will have to reread the tiebreak rules. We'll have to reread the tiebreak rules. Apparently,
Maybe we missed something.
Apparently, Yesipenko. Oparin is winning, though, it seems. At least according to what the bot says. Not sure how, but it seems to be winning. Queen b3, I would guess. Queen b3, and then like queen b3.
I thought queen takes d6 was going to be played, but then maybe he wasn't sure after rook e8 check.
Wait a second. No, queen d6, rook e8 just wins, right?
No, but I thought king f7.
Yeah, you're actually right. Yeah, no, wait a second.
So
Queen takes d6.
First,
yeah,
and then rook e8, king
check
f7.
King f7, check there is g6, so it doesn't work for white this way. I mean, you can take the rook. You can take the rook and then take h7. Maybe that's the solution.
Maybe that's what he was afraid of.
But very confusing. Yeah.
But it's a queen ending. I mean, at the end, bishop can take knight, and maybe
No,
just
it's a check. No, on h7 it's check.
Okay.
You're not. You'll have to take with one of the pieces. You'll have to take on d8, and it's a check on.
Yeah.
On h7. So this is still... no, move 40 for Oparin, queen b3, so we are waiting for Yesipenko to make king h8, which is the only move in the position. He did play it. It's move 40, and I think, with six games in progress, that's for sure a record. 6 games in progress, we are crossing the time control mark.
3.5.
Time control
it's 3.5
mark.
hours.
Oof. I believe our technical staff was requesting a break much earlier, but we as experienced chess commentators, of course, we had to wait for the tie breaks to be finished. So now I believe the time to take our usual 10 minutes break after the time control, maybe even a little bit longer than that, since it was very, nerve-wracking. And we will be back and see those games finishing one after the other. So stay tuned.
Sounds about right.
Hi, I'm Vidit Gushrati. I'm 27 years old, an international chess grandmaster from India. I'm also the brand ambassador for FIDE Online Arena. It's a place where you can play for online rating and online titles which can be recognized by FIDE officially. I feel chess is a sport which can be definitely played online, which other sports don't enjoy the luxury of. And the most important thing is that you can play from the comfort of your home, be it any time, against strong players all around the globe. And since the past 2 years, we have seen a boom in online chess. And be it for professional players or for people who have just started, I think it provides a great opportunity. In the next few months, I'll be streaming and playing games on the FIDE Online Arena. So be a part of it, and who knows, maybe we'll end up playing a game with each other. See you soon on the FIDE Online Arena.
Wesley, Sam, the game finished in a draw. It looked quite peaceful after the queen's exchange. How did you estimate this ending?
Yeah, well, first of all, Sam plays main openings, and Grunfeld is one of his best openings. Well, went for this line, but probably not much for White. I didn't expect Rook A5. I thought White has a little something, but maybe the way I played was just too slow. After Bishop F3, Sam found this very nice idea, sacrificing pawn G5, after which Black is totally fine, and I had to be a bit careful. So maybe I could improve somewhere. But in any case, I think the game was very close to equal for the most part. Maybe some F3 idea somewhere, or delayed castling, I'm not sure.
You spent quite a lot of time on Bishop F3 move. What alternatives you were thinking about?
Yeah, well, first of all, there's F3. And also before, I wasn't sure which rook to put on C1. The thing is, Black's threatening knight H5, so I have to do something against it. But I was considering F3, and then maybe Black has some knight H5, and then I don't know, knight takes C6, BC6, bishop D6 or something. But I thought maybe some lines Black would sacrifice a piece with C5. I wasn't very sure of this position, but yeah, also maybe instead of rook C1, maybe A3 at some point, and then bishop F3, so that my pawn A2 is defended. But it's hard to say exactly.
Were you surprised with this G5 move?
No, it's a very good idea. Of course, it requires some courage to sacrifice a pawn, but Sam calculated very well.
Okay, so now your comments, please. Were you satisfied with the opening stage?
No, I definitely think I ended up worse in this endgame. I somehow forgot to check this bishop f4, queen b6, queen b3, and I probably reacted poorly. And when I played rook a5, I mean, I sort of thought with these double b pawns, I'm just slightly worse in the long term, so I should be looking for very active play. But at some point, I just really didn't like my position. I think bishop f3 from Wesley was very careless, and then after g5, Black is absolutely fine. And I felt like I'm playing the Grunfeld again because I had actual counterplay all of a sudden. But if he plays f3 there, I was very worried that Black is maybe even seriously worse. It's not that hard to imagine White just sort of organizing the pieces right, and my rook's ending up stupid on the a file, and my bishop is always in danger. So, I mean, f3, and I wasn't sure. I was struggling to find something I liked there. But, yeah, once g5 came, once bishop f3 and g5 came, I was totally satisfied. And at the end, when I played bishop takes c3, which basically just forces a draw, I was already thinking if I could continue the game. I was looking at a lot of different ways, but I didn't find anything I was happy with. And there were some things I thought were unclear, but maybe in another day, in another tournament situation, I could have tried. But, you know, given present state, I think draw with Black, especially in a game where I felt like I was really worse, is totally fine.
Did you have a chance also to see the other game?
I should have known what Sam was thinking and played f3. But yeah, but I kind of have to go for one of those moves there because you have knight h5 otherwise.
Okay, but you can also move the rook somewhere. It's not
D1.
the end of the world, yeah. No, I think that White was just better there. I mean, I think Wesley played it right with this rook ac1, and also a3 was legal there after.
Oh, okay.
a3 was also not so stupid, so yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize.
When the commentators were checking your game, they also noticed that if you play f3 and e4, then the bishop on g2 might be a little bit blocked, or it's not a problem.
Yeah, f3. Yeah, I think Black has to play knight h5. I mean, Black can also play knight e5, bishop e5, and g5. But maybe you're slightly worse.
Knight e5 d5 wins, no?
Knight e5, d5?
I thought this just this game over.
Why knight h5?
Can't we go like, I thought g4 was good, but
Oh, knight f4, e4.
gf4 and rook d1, and then there will be rook bishop on a6, and then b4, b5. So,
Oh, maybe, yeah.
so
Yeah.
then I saw some lines like that.
I see complex, yeah, but have to try to make use of some positions, whatever I get. But it's very hard to win this tournament.
Yeah, but so far it's not over. And how is it going? Have you checked the other game
Uh,
from your pool?
It's hard to say with an engine. I thought Maxim was better, but Sam doesn't think so. So
It just looks messy. I think anything could happen. It's a 3-result game. So
yeah, I just know that knight f3 is coming. But yeah, Alexander's playing well. It's hard to, but they're getting close to the time scramble, so things can happen.
If Maxim wins, then all of us are on 50%, so that'd be kind of fun.
Yeah.
That's what I thought too. So it's gonna be interesting.
4-player tiebreak at the end.
But I think also in other groups people are finding it hard to win. Like Levon has +1, right? And Nikita +1, and also Linear has +1. So it's not like anyone's dominating. Yeah, like it's a lot of draws in this tournament.
But hopefully more fun. Okay, thank you very much. It's gonna be interesting. Thank you. Sam, welcome back. Tomorrow is the rest day. Let me ask you, the reason of all us being here, does the World Championship title, the title of a world champion, is still that important compared to, let's say, 40 or 50 years ago?
It absolutely is that important. Well, let me rephrase. If Magnus ducks out of the match, it's not that important. But if anybody can beat him in a match, more power to them. I'd be wildly impressed. I think that would be one for the ages. So as long as he's still playing the match, it's important.
Have you ever had those situations that you went all in the tournament and it worked?
Yeah, of course. I've definitely, in general, I try to play a very risk-loving chess. I mean, you saw even today, which was, a quietish position, I still managed to try to make a mess. But I definitely have, done some pretty risky stuff now and then. It's certainly, there have been times when it hasn't worked, but also times when it has.
And which one is the bigger number?
Probably when it has. I mean, I am here after all. I don't know. I mean, I remembered when I played the match with Fiddler to get here in the first place, and it was funny because I knew the Grunfeld was coming in game 2, and I wasn't wildly worried about black against him in game 1 because his preparation didn't strike me as that scary. So I just told my team, leave me alone today. I'm going to just be fine on my own. You have 2 days to prepare for the Grunfelds. Do your best. We know it's coming. And they said, okay. And I said, just don't even tell me. And so then I come back after making a draw in the first game. They say, yeah, you're going to play h4 on move 3. I said, okay, I guess we're going all in. So there you go.
Nice. Hope it will also work here if you will need this situation. Let me ask you, how many times have you occurred to blunder piece in 1 in OTB games?
Just straight up put a piece on a hanging square. Maybe 3 or 4. It's happened, but it's pretty rare. I mean, I'm not counting when I was a kid, of course, but like since getting good, it's happened, but it's pretty uncommon.
Describe your chess in 2 adjectives.
Really bad.
Ouch. Thank you, Sam.
My pleasure.
Okay, so had to kind of regain the composure, but finally we are back, and yeah, this commentator streak works from time to time, Jesse, because we've missed the finish of 2 games at once. Tabata Bay beats Vityugov, and MVL wins against Predke. So both in Pool C and Pool D, the situation is identical, and the score for each player is identical. It's 2 points out of 4, and it's a huge tie from first to last in both Pool C and Pool D. And we are switching to Nakamura and Aronian, where, possibly there'll be even, wanted to say, kind of even a bigger tie we could have if Nakamura wins and Oparin doesn't, right? So it could be like
that's true.
A group.
It could be the other way around, yeah.
It could be A group, the same kind of, everyone's on the same score. Naka. Okay. So does he win? Yeah, I think he does. It's a rook endgame. He transposed it to two extra pawns, but not even the quantity is important, I believe. But the fact that he goes to b8, similar idea that Sam had yesterday against Predke. It just black's potential counterplay is kind of further away. So after rook b6, king g4, I guess white is just in time to go rook b8, h4, b6, h3, king h2. You attack it, b7, check.
And you're not quick enough. It doesn't even matter where the king goes.
G1, really. King g1, and then a check from g8, or you could give a check on g2, then king h1, no more checks, and rook g8 happens, or rook h8 if you're quirky enough to go king f3, right? But anyway, that means Naka wins, and it's not much to do for Aronian, really. Because that kind of the only source of counterplay is to go king g4 and try to push the g pawn, and that's what the h pawn. That's what he does. King g4 played.
So someone in chat is asking, how do I get in touch with GM Evgenij for coaching?
For coaching, try to find me on social media. I'm hiding.
Oh, wow.
I'm hiding, but I'm there. Yeah, I mean, if you check World Chess and then Instagram, and that there should be me tagged to some posts, and can go from there. Yeah.
Yeah, follow him on social media. That is how to get in touch with him.
Everyone's on social media. Yeah, nowadays. Yeah, so I think let's see how fast Naka's gonna be. But I think just rook b8, and you can't really go wrong with it. Rook b8, b6, b7 should win. Unless I'm missing something simple, because the way he's still staring at the position kind of makes me think that it might be not as simple as I've originally thought, but I don't see it really. Rook b8. What else do you do? Like, you're never on time if you take on f4, right? It's just b6 and nowhere to hide. It will be b7 and then check to the king. So it's
check to the miserable king.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think the king can only hide on h4 if he doesn't want to get.
But you're not on time, right? b7. You need both rook b1 and king h4, and even then the f pawn marches forward. Anyway, so that's one game where Naka is winning, but maybe it'll take him a bit more time. In the same pool, we have Oparin and Yesipenko who just crossed the time control. Well, actually, not just crossed the time control, but they continue making moves. Oparin could have won already on move 41. That's quite interesting. Do you know, there have been statistics, and it seems that people tend to make a lot of mistakes after the time control, right after the time control, because you
Yes.
lose the concentration and you think, okay, one more move, or you think now everything is clear, stuff like that, and you tend to make mistakes. Okay, I mean, I don't know how big the mistake was, but on move 41, if we could get the analysis board up, on move 41, there was a move which would probably just win more or less immediately. It was knight d3 instead of taking the pawn. But no luck. Knight d3, point being knight e5 or knight f4, both being a terrible threat. Because, one could think bishop d4 stops knight e5, knight e5, knight f7. But then knight f4 happens, and the queen cannot keep on this diagonal. Or rather, it should keep on this diagonal, otherwise rook e8 is a checkmate, but that means the queen is lost, right? The queen is lost. So knight d3 would have won immediately. Knight b7 apparently is winning, but it requires some technique still, and, well, some chances for black, perhaps some practical chances for black. So we shall see. Not yet done.
Rook b8 was played.
Rook b8 was
in the other
played
game.
in Naka's game. But that's
I
the
still
way.
had that game up. Yeah.
That's the way, clearly. Then what else?
Yesipenko.
Yesipenko. I mean, he'll keep fighting. It's not like you resign such position, but king h7. I'm not even sure how winning it is. How easily. I mean, +5? Plus 5 is a lot.
See, that was the voice in your head.
Plus 5 is a lot. But and +5 like rook e7, d7, d6. Maybe this is how you win. Maybe you just swap, you take with the c pawn. You get the pawn on d6, you push it on d7. Maybe it's easily winning, in fact. But this will last for quite a bit. What else? Mamedyarov. Did Mamedyarov win or not yet? I thought Mamedyarov has won by now, but not really.
He hasn't.
He's still playing.
Keymer is fighting with those two knights.
Wait a second. Mamedyarov dropped one of the pawns. But
the h-pawn.
The h-pawn, but he went on to take the a5 pawn. That's the current position. Rook's on g1. He will take the a5 pawn, I guess, inevitably. And then, black's task is, you can't really survive. Because the king is cut, and too many pawns, simply. Too many pawns. King e4, you go king b3. King b4, I'm guessing, after knight e4. King b4. No need to calculate any study-like lines that you give some pawns and the other pawns promote. There is no reason to do that. Just keep everything protected and slowly but surely move it up the board.
Seeing that the king is sort of rendered inactive there.
That's the main problem in a way. Okay, so while he does knight c6 check, now pretty much anything goes. King c4 is good, king b5 might be even better. King b5, knight e5 back, and then you probably play rook c1 by now, because the king is way too far. No, he goes king c4. King c4, well, actually threatens the knight. That's funny. So how about the king double attacking two knights after king d5? Once again, a rare picture that not often you can see. But yeah, king d5, if black, say, passes it, it's not easy. Yeah, like king h6, king d5 would win. So apparently black will find stuff to do, but what to do on the other hand?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just bad. That's just bad.
And those of you joining, there are still 4 games remaining, and 3 of them we've taken a look at, or at least 2 of them were pretty crazy, and one of them, I think it was Dominguez Dubov we were looking at, where the material was equal, bishop versus knight.
Yeah, Dominguez and Dubov, I think, will finish in a draw, but they are still playing, right? So it's not over yet. Okay, Keymer gives a check on a5, but I believe understands himself how hopeless his task looks. King d4.
Someone in chat is asking, do you charge $1,000 an hour?
Not yet, but yeah, that's a good suggestion. No, I'm kidding. I'm much less than that. The thing is, I'm not not giving too many lessons, but yeah, okay, we can talk about it. I don't know if it's appropriate making private arrangements on an official broadcast, but yeah, we'll find out.
What else is an official broadcast for?
Okay. So let's see. I want to say king d4 is the move that's going to be played.
Yeah.
King d4.
Honestly, positions like this, for me, it's like, yes, I know white is winning, but it's so difficult for me to figure out the correct continuation. I mean, often when you're low on time, okay, these players are not low on time, 38 minutes versus 14 minutes. But it's still like, okay, I don't want to get caught in a fork. I don't want to lose another pawn. I have to keep everything intact.
Yeah. One of it's maybe not very clever recommendation here, because we are talking classical chess, and yeah, I mean, Mamedyarov is not the type of player who's blundered knight fork, but one of the simpler recommendations, right? So keep your valuables on the squares of opposite colors, and then the knight cannot fork, let's say, your rook and king, right? As long as one is on a light square, the other one is on a dark square, there is no possibility of a knight fork, right? Because knight can only control the complex of squares of the same color. So king b5, by the way, it's even more brutal, because after knight b3, as I said, way too many pawns, so you can allow yourself to go a5 even.
Okay.
And knight c3, king b4, you double attack the knights, and it's just too much. Or maybe you don't do any of those and just go king b4. Okay. Just keep it. I mean, just keep more pawns is better than less pawns. maybe like that. Now, honestly, I was thinking king d4 instead of king b5, what Mamedyarov has played. Simply for a reason that I want to play e2, e4 on move 62. It's not very often you can, I mean, at least half of chess games, move e2, e4 is played 61 moves earlier, right, on move 1. No, seriously, e2 to e4 on move 62 is a rare opportunity. Because, for instance, I will have to double check in the database, but I think I've awarded myself with kind of a badge of achievement when I won a game with white. And perhaps a little bit of context is needed. So I'm known for playing knight f3 like most of my life, like one knight f3. Yeah, and I won the game with white when I've played knight f3. It was the last move in the game. Knight g1 to f3. That was the first time the knight from g1 moved. It was last move in the game. It was like on move 24. And my king was somewhere on the 4th rank. I don't quite remember. Say my king was on f4. I've survived some sacrificial attack, like the pieces were thrown at me and the king had to walk and so on. And the moment I've played knight g1 f3, it was apparent that the king is running away and I'm bunch material up and my opponent resigned.
Yeah.
But imagine like someone who played knight f3 on move 1 most of his career, then wins the game with knight f3. And here would be the same case because I believe after king d4 knight goes, e2, e4, you just resign. And that would be in a way ironic, so that you play the move that, I don't know, you usually start the game with, and it happens to end the game.
Goodness me.
Okay, so Keymer, keeps shuffling with the knights, but
Yeah.
can hardly imagine him surviving. Being as it is, maybe you can speed up the win. Maybe you don't need to speed up the win. Just play a5, shall. Yeah, you don't need to speed up the win. That's what he did, by the way. I think that's what he did.
Yeah, chat is saying, stop asking for Nakamura's game, chat. Can we see Levon's game?
Levon's game, that's absolutely different because, one gets tired looking at Naka's game all the time, so why don't we check Levon's game? Did Chuck play a5 already? No, not yet. Anyway, if we are serious, there is one more game that we have to, at least show the position, what the position looks like, and this is Dominguez Dubov, even though the game is about to finish, I believe.
Yes.
I'm not even sure who was playing for a win, but now... Yeah, it's very likely that all the stuff is getting traded off. Yeah, basically, Dubov somehow puts the knight in such a clever way that king c5 is always answered with knight d3, right? So otherwise he'd be in a bit of a trouble, or maybe in a lot of a trouble if, say, king c6 and you cannot capture the b pawn. Maybe you'd be just straight up lost, but... Of course, that's not the plan, to be lost. Yeah, and bishop e3, knight e4 once again. It's a little bit less convenient than going knight d3 and capturing the pawn, but still, it covers c5 square, it covers d6 square. So if there is any way for this king to get to c6, it's a very, very long way.
And we do have a result between Mamedyarov and Vincent Keymer.
Yeah, Mamedyarov wins. Mamedyarov wins. That means he sends Keymer back to 50%. He himself gets to plus 1, right? Yep.
I believe so.
Yeah, and now if Dubov holds against Dominguez, there'll be a pool with a joint lead for, let me tell you, for Mamedyarov and Dominguez, right? Okay.
But GG to both players.
And here I think we are witnessing the end of this game. King e5. Is it? Hang on a second. King e5. I wanted to... yeah. So this... King h5 needs to be played. King e6, that's what Dominguez is trying. Kind of last attempt to grab this pawn and then... Try to queen the c pawn.
I thought bishop g5, but I guess that's not even necessary.
Bishop g5, but then I can take, right?
You can take and then play b5 or something.
No, White's not risking anything. No, don't get me wrong. Yeah. I think White's trying to win. I mean, he could have gone b5 any time. Could have gone b5 any time, and it's an immediate draw.
No, that's true.
I think he actually kind of legit tries to win. And the easiest way for black to make a draw is knight c3, attack the pawn, and then take b4. Doesn't matter what white plays. Your next moves are take on b4, take on h4, right? Like king c5, bishop c5, whatever. You just take one and then you take the other. Okay.
Yeah. Alrighty, so shall we jump back to Operan's game? Going back to just see what happens there, because Operan had one extra pawn with both of them having a queen and a rook on the board, and that extra pawn was on the c file.
Yeah. And it still is on the C file.
Yeah.
It's not that easy to... Hang on a second. So what was the... Rook e5 was the follow-up. That was the moment that I thought possibly... But maybe it doesn't add up, yeah? Thought rook e7, d7, d6. But black apparently doesn't stand still, and he might have something. Yeah, okay, I don't know. Anyway, what he's done seems to be kind of good enough. Still a challenge, though. I'd like to push the c pawn. How do you arrange that? How do you arrange that? Yuspenko is still fighting, I have to say. Like, you could go rook d6, put the pawn on c6, right? And let's assume black's still waiting. It won't be easy from there, because at some point you have to take into account like queen f4, queen c1 perpetuals, right, if the queen leaves. Like, for instance, I don't know what's how to illustrate that. Yeah, like rook d7, it is a terrible move, right? It's a terrible move.
Yeah, because you're
c5,
taking on c4.
yeah, but what I wanted to say, it's not about taking c5. Let's say, again, two more terrible moves. But what I mean, there is this setup for queen f4 check, king to the first rank, queen c1 check. And I made it up, obviously, to illustrate, but that's something to be taken into account, right? So you kind of always will have to watch out for this. So maybe you play g3 somewhere, but then once again, then maybe f4 somehow will happen. So there is still stuff to blunder for white. He has to be careful. He has to be precise.
Yeah, I was even thinking you play something like rook to d6 and just trying to push the pawn.
Yeah. So that's what I thought. Like you go rook d6, black's waiting. You go c6. I think black keeps waiting, in fact, because this might look like an attempt, but usually there is not more than a couple of checks on the first rank. So you probably win with rook d7 in a situation like this. So check, king g3 looks scary, but then another check, king f3, and hopefully the king runs away. Actually, I said all that, like that, not more than a couple of checks, but there is more than a couple of checks. Okay, so in my analysis, I've blundered something, and it's not showing on the live screen anyway. Okay, I was looking at some line, guys. Never mind. That's what I do for 5 hours. That's what I do for 5 hours.
You fight with the software because it keeps jumping back. That's what you do. Yeah. Well, if we take a look at Dubov and Dominguez for 1 second, I think. But I think the Aronian Nakamura will.
They finished. Dubov and Dominguez.
They just finished.
A draw.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
There we go.
exactly
So
in this way
handshake.
was this knight a2 idea. Yeah, he actually went immediately to go for the b4 pawn and then the h pawn. So this is it. 2 games left, right?
Yes.
2.
Back to. We have to entertain the masses too. Back to Nakamura Aronian.
Wait a second.
I think this is what we got in talking about the position as well. It's not the live position. I think king e4 was played just after that.
Check.
Rook f8, king e4.
Okay, we still have it on the camera though. That's interesting, because as much as I was advertising this idea of white automatically winning, doesn't seem to be the case. Because Levon actually found a nice way of fighting through.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure if it holds anyway, but yeah, if we could. So after king g4 and rook b8, he actually captures b6 and rook to d7. Point being, of course, that b7 is answered with rook f7, protecting the king in such a way. And king h3, according to machine, it's h4, but honestly, I find it hard to believe it's a draw. It might, though. It might. Might be. Okay, it might be black winning if I'm too naive to take, right? It's rook h7 checkmate.
Yes.
It's rook h7 checkmate.
Ouchies.
Yeah. Could it be that I had to be a little bit smarter and go here, strangely enough? King h2, yeah. Strangely, I mean, it might be kind of a mutual Zugzwang, this one. And then if black's to move, he loses because I'll just take the pawn next move. And say, if this happens, I take. If you take, I go here. And then king like king f3, king g6, and then the rook has to choose. Either it moves on the f file, but then it doesn't attack the b7 pawn, so I can move the rook, or it stays on the 7th rank, but then rook f8 happens with a check. Anyway, he decided to go for this check. That means the b pawn is not moving yet. What white could do is go rook f3 and, go for another pattern, right? Go rook f3 and put the rook behind, which should be winning as well. And yes, and he did this and it won him the game. After rook f3, Aronian resigns on move 50.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, rook f3, rook b3.
Wow.
Put the rook behind the passed pawn and...
Yep. Big
That's
congratulations to Hikaru Nakamura scoring his first win in the third leg of the Grand Prix. And if we remember in the first round, everyone, that he had a tough game against Aronian and lost, now evening the score. So I think, is everyone equal in their field right now?
Well, if Oparin wins, Oparin becomes the sole leader, right?
Oh, yes, that's very true.
And that's the only game which is left, by the way. That's the only game which is left. It's Oparin against
Congratulations.
Yusupenko.
And I have to commend Miro on his analysis. That was brilliant. I don't know how you did that. But you were saying like all the perfect moves, and I was just like, oh my gosh.
Which one? You mean the endgame?
Yeah, this endgame with rook f3 and all the rest is incredible.
Well, fooled by randomness, there is a book, yeah? There is a book, if I'm not mistaken, yeah. So I was accidentally correct, and then, yeah.
You have to give yourself some more credit.
Yeah. So we are left with this one. Oparin against Yusupenko, and it will change a lot if Oparin wins. That means he's the leader, and then he has even more reasons to regret the previous game, right? Because he could have been a sole leader on +2. Would he win a position? What it was, +7, +8 against Nakamura, right? After 20 moves.
That was rough.
That was absolutely winning, but yeah, I mean things happening from time to time.
Definitely. But how do you feel about the fact that Aronian just had double black and he faced exactly the same opening with just like a short deviation in the line where Nakamura played a4 instead of knight to e4? How do you think that would sort of affect Aronian sort of playing that line again? You think he's gonna sit with it for a while and see what just happened? He's gonna ask himself these questions.
I don't know, honestly. First of all, I'm not sure why specifically he goes for this line, because that's not the only one, not the only setup black can play against the line that white plays, right?
Yeah.
Aronian is known to be principled, and I would go that far to say stubborn in his opening choices, right? So if, let's say, the situation repeats himself, we need 2 more rounds for this, I guess, right? In two more, like in the last round, he's probably black, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Or maybe, I don't remember yet. Anyway. So what I wanted to say, it might be that if there is an opportunity, if his opponent's going for it, it might be that by that time he'll have it fixed, he'll have it analyzed, and he will enter it again.
Yeah, because I've often faced opponents who, they make a mistake in their favorite opening, and suddenly they're never playing this opening ever again, or even take the leap of not ever playing chess ever again.
Okay, that's a little bit too much. Yeah, no, never playing chess. As much of a retired player as I am, even I'm considering from time to time to play chess.
There we go. Once a chess player,
Yeah.
always a chess player. Love to see it. And we see that in the remaining game that we have left, Yesipenko, or Oparin versus Yesipenko rather, he played f3.
Yeah.
So hopefully this was sort of his attempt to stop this perpetual check. If he happens to, manage to trade the rooks.
He went f3 for the reason that the pawn was hanging. Yeah. He probably keeps the queen on e5 for a long while, and also strangely, now that I'm looking for a move for black, it happens to be not that easy to find, because you don't want to be moving the pawns. That's kind of first statement. I mean, if you will, it's only the f pawn that you can move, but then it opens the diagonal even further. And your king, like if ever the check happens, I mean, you could play queen e4, but it's not a good move. We are talking rook endgame. Yeah, but if black queen is leaving and queen e4 is played, then it's almost guaranteed a checkmate. So f4 is something you don't want to do. h5, well, maybe, but it doesn't present you with kind of any sort of counterplay. Touching g-pawn, I don't even want to discuss. It's rook d8, yeah? So pawns, let's assume pawns are not moving. Queen does a job of stopping c6, right? And guarding f5 at the same time. So you could say that, yeah, queen c4, maybe queen c4 is the move. So what I wanted to, hang on, f3, yeah, if you let white play c6, I think it's automatic from there. So it's c6, rook c5, c7, done. So queen leaving the c file, not happening again. So and we narrowed it down to like a couple of moves on the c file, queen c1 or queen c4. Right, queen c1 or queen c4, and the third option would be to move the rook. Once again, question being where to move the rook. It's not movable. Moving on the c file drops the f pawn. Moving like on the f file allows rook d7. So he finds actually, that's funny. I mean, I've sort of rounded all the possibilities. He finds one more move, but sort of with the same purpose. So keep the c pawn, keep the c pawn away from reaching c6 square. So
rook d6.
Fair enough.
Maybe.
Yeah,
finally?
Rook d6. But the trick is like you can get c6 by putting the rook on d6, but that's not exactly what we want. Easier would be to have c4 and rook on c5, right? I mean, then it's just winning. Then it's just winning. So rook behind the passed pawn, same as in the rook ending, kind of pushing the pawn in front of you and not dragging it, right? But c6 at once is impossible. Rook d6, rook d6. There's nothing wrong with rook d6. Maybe that's how you win. Maybe you go rook d6, c7, c6, and then somehow rook e6, c7. You probably win in many ways, but still you have to find the exact. Rook d6, queen a5 is what happened. So he does go. He actually does go rook d6, queen a5.
And now what?
Now what? I'm not sure. Queen e6. Queen e6 would be a terrible blunder, by the way. I'm attacking the rook.
I'm trying to look for why, because I was looking at that too.
Queen c5. Queen c5. Yeah, he counterattacks the rook. You take the rook. He takes the rook. So we
and one extra pawn on the f file's not enough.
No, there won't be even an extra pawn on the f file because d6 hangs with a check. D6 hangs with a check.
Oh no.
Yeah, so that was not a brilliant way from us to blunder this pawn. You know what? Queen d5 might be very strong, attacking the rook, kind of in the same way, but not blundering the c pawn. And the point being that after rook f8, among other things, I guess c6 has to win. Because now if we get the rook endgame, rook is conveniently behind the passed pawn, so it's c7, and then you win basically like a pawn endgame. So queen d5, c6 is one idea. You could try to invent something else. He starts by going f4. Okay. Starts by going f4. Makes sense.
So Chad has a question for you, Miro.
Sure.
So with 5 decisive games, does this mean Miro has to dab like in leg 1?
There was no agreement, but we could try. It's just not today. I mean, I have to prepare for it.
Not today, it's fine. I understand. Watch some YouTube videos, practice a little bit, and come back on the last day.
Absolutely. Maybe wear the proper hoodie for this, right?
Yes, indeed. There we go. Okay, so what about, because I looked at this move as well, and it suggested h4 instead of f4, and I wasn't too sure why. Perhaps they have the same idea?
Not necessarily, no. I was thinking h4 as well. No, h4 you're pushing in order to get the pawn to h5. Maybe, come up with some sort of an attack. Maybe queen, maybe queen ever gets to g6. Yeah, so kind of pushing the h-pawn to h5 kind of makes sense. Yeah, f4 is purely, I guess it's called for, like, black goes queen c7, the rook is not pinned, the queen's protected, you can move the rook all the way to d1, perhaps, or whatever you so f4 is more of a defensive, prophylactical move, right? h4, I'm trying to come up with a sequence where this h4 would work. h5, and then I don't know what he does. Goes back. He's kind enough to go back. We go here, goes here, go here. No, it doesn't. It doesn't work. I mean, I wanted this. Just to illustrate that sometimes it's an idea, and then back rank checkmate, but it breaks at the point where it's supposed to be a checkmate because there is queen f8.
Okay.
There is queen f8. No, but getting the pawn on h5 definitely helps. Getting pawn on h5 definitely helps. It's just that he decided otherwise and might still be winning or.
And now threatening possibly c6 immediately.
c6 immediately, yeah, by the way. Yeah, c6 immediately is certainly an idea and looks like a good one. c6, and after queen c7, yeah, once again, I don't know what black does. Have no idea even how to pass the move with black. But let's imagine, once again, it's white to move. Can we arrange this? It'll be very stupid moves. Yeah, white to move again in this position. c6, queen c7, and then not only you can move the rook, but also you can play queen d4, and f4 stops the rook from being pinned, right? And then your next move is rook d7, if once again, if things go right.
So Chad is saying despite the victory, Hikaru is still in last place in his pool. If Operan wins, Well, if they draw, everyone's on 2 out of 4.
Wait a
So it's a draw.
second. Wait a second. How is Hikaru in last place in his pool if
I think
Yesipenko's gonna
they're
be
looking at-
if Yesipenko's gonna be on -1? Yesipenko made
yeah,
all
no, of
draws
course.
and he'll lose the operins.
He'll be on 1.5.
So
So no.
it's impossible. Yeah, it's impossible like that.
Yeah.
So my theory of, like the number of decisive games increasing by 1 in every round failed miserably, right? It's already 4 results and that's a 5th one coming.
Yeah, so 5 minutes left for Yesipenko and 11 for Operin. And Operin is using that extra time that he has on the clock right now.
Queen b5, what's that about? Can white just play c6, rook d7 and win like this? What happens after c6? I don't quite understand, because looks like an absolutely winning move, like crushing.
Chat, maybe we get a Jesse dab today to hold us off until Miro's done.
Oh, okay. You must be
I don't
much
know.
more experienced in this stuff.
It's only for special occasions, sorry guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, so we're again at one of those situations where we have 1 game to go, and we've probably spoken about most of what can happen in this game. Now, after queen b5, I was thinking c6 just because the pawn is defended.
Yeah.
If queen takes queen, pawn takes. But again, suggested is h4, and probably still better. Okay, there he goes with rook e6.
Rook e6, fine, can't really read what's all about. Rook e6, okay, maybe he wants to be even more comfortable. So imagine now he goes c6, black trades, and once again you can take with the rook and put the rook on c5.
Okay, apparently my pronunciation of Operin is incorrect. It's Oparin. Oparin.
Yeah,
Pardon?
but yeah, why would you?
Fine, it's
I think,
Grigory.
especially with Chinese names, I was told that it's so interesting that doesn't matter how hard we try, we pronounce it wrong.
But how would you pronounce his surname then?
And we pronounce it wrong in different languages, like the kind of different types of wrong. Because let's say Chinese writing translates into, well, not translates, but kind of transliterates, transitions into different languages differently, right? So once again, the sounds you have in Cyrillic, I don't think you can possibly kind of fully describe with English letters sometimes. Like take my name, for instance, the family name. You're lucky guys that I'm fine with Miro and not going by the full. Yeah.
Evgenij Miron. Wait.
Okay. Tomorrow, Jesse, is a free day, but by the day after tomorrow, by the day after.
Miroshnichenko.
Okay, that was pretty good.
Evgenij Miroshnichenko.
Yeah, so we can, like, I would be able to tell you are not native, but you've made it, yeah.
That's awesome. Everyone mispronounces my surname.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, but because it's so uncommon. In fact, I've never heard a surname like this.
Yeah, I mean, you would think it's February, but it's not. How you pronounce it is 02.
Just 02.
Yes,
cool.
exactly.
That's nice. It's actually nice. Yeah.
It's like 007, but better.
Yeah.
Oh, shame. No, there is there's a bunch of jokes, so I thought I'd beat you guys to it.
Okay, so queen to c4.
Right, so queen c4.
Queen c4.
And now c6?
Now c6, yeah, possible.
Or rook
but
e7.
wait a second. No, rook e7, he trades
you
and
lose
captures,
f4.
yeah.
Oh,
And
no.
c6, look,
Okay.
c6, it's kind of yes and no, because c6, you've achieved c6, but how do you push it forward then? I actually don't like the... No, he does go c6. Apparently he can see the way to continue, because I don't. Maybe it's once again some sort of a zugzwang.
Maybe.
Really strange. Queen c2, yeah, okay. Just keep the queen on the c file. Do not allow c7 easily, and let's see how white is planning to win. Yeah, that sounds like a legit plan. Rook d6, rook d7 might be it. Rook d6, and then next move rook d7 might be it.
Alrighty. So he has it all sorted out in his mind right now. And 10 minutes for Prince, so he has to see this. And 3 minutes for Yesipenko. I'm getting used to calling him Yesipenko now with a Y, right? Not Esipenko.
Yeah, that's better. Aha, queen a4, kind of controlling d7 through the c6 pawn, but still rook d7 works. Because when rook takes, you have queen f5 check. And after king moves, you capture d7, preferably with the pawn. Yeah.
But apparently rook d7 was suggested anyway, because maybe you take with you take f5
Yeah,
into
that's what I'm
mezzo.
saying. Yeah, the rook d7,
Yeah.
rook d7 works. Yeah, rook d7 works. It's not the only move
I'm a
to
little
win.
bit slow. I'm slower than you there. Yeah. Sort of eventually.
Not the only move to win, but it's enough.
Okay, well, let's hope he sees it. Here you go. Alrighty.
Okay, so basically that's one move from Oparin, one single decision, and that will be it, right?
Yeah. I think we need to use these moments where we feel like we need to fill this air by like teaching me some Russian words, just so I can become more fluent, you know? Because at the moment my Russian vocabulary probably has less than 10 words. I mean, I know Spasiba, Pожалуйста, Привет, Как дела? Like, these are the only things I know.
Okay. It's better than my Afrikaans anyway.
How's your Dutch?
My Dutch. Well, actually, I know that Flemish people, the Belgian people, making and Dutch making fun of each other, right? I mean, at least that's sort of a common knowledge, and the way they pronounce words and so on. But I've learned that I've been in Belgium. I've learned, I mean, some Flemish, at least some Flemish words. I mean, I'm not sure if I'd be able to compose a sentence, but some stuff I might still remember. So maybe
That's amazing. I believe Flemish is actually closer to Afrikaans than what Dutch is. So you have like German, Dutch, Flemish, Afrikaans. Yeah.
All right. I thought there'd be a lot more funny suggestions, questions in the chat, but yeah, today somehow, yeah, guys, apologies in advance. Today was a strange day because I've kind of lost it right after the time control. Kind of can't keep up, can't concentrate still.
Oh, it's okay. You've been doing a lot better. I mean, for instance, there are these tactics or endgame moves that you were just spot on, and immediately after you said it, they played it. It was like they could hear your voice almost. They have earpieces, guys. I figured it out.
Yeah, so this
Mira's
is how
been helping them.
This is how it works. Yeah, cool idea. Can we I mean, I really don't understand what causes him. What even causes him thinking? Like the rook d7 seems to be so easy.
Well, it's around dinner time. I could probably decipher what he's thinking about.
No, but really, like rook d7. Is there any? Is there any move that? First of all, I mean, I don't see what black can play. H4 he does. Well,
Yeah.
can we get the analysis board so I could show what rook d7? So there was not so hard.
Yeah, we can take a look.
Yeah, no, apparently we can. Yeah, we can. Okay, so instead of h4, it looks like rook d7 would be much easier. Because, I mean, I don't see what black can possibly do. And rook d7, as we agreed, loses to queen f5. And now,
Yeah.
if the king goes on 8th rank, doesn't matter g8 or h8, white captures with the pawn, right? If g6
Yeah.
is played, white's forced to capture with the queen, but there is no perpetual queen f4 because black's king is in check. So once again, should be easy for white to convert. Instead, he goes h4. Okay. Hopefully, it doesn't spoil anything, but he will have to.
H5.
Yeah.
And maybe this is still possible.
I mean, he will have to still go after rook d7 of some sort. Did black
Yeah.
play a move in advance? In response, yeah, rook h4, h5. Okay.
H5. Chat says rook d7 will get him to dinner quicker. Perhaps it would. So now we have to sort of sit here cross-fingered, hoping that Operan sees this continuation. Maybe he just wanted to play this move, to make sure that the pawn was one square higher. I have no idea.
Don't know. No, I think he doesn't see it. Or there is some, or either he doesn't see. I mean, sometimes it happens. It's not that it's such a hard calculation. It's just that you have a kind of the blank spots specifically there. You think, okay, rook d7 is not possible because he takes twice. Yeah, and you keep
chess
forgetting.
blindness
Yeah.
is real. It's like a blind spot while you're driving. It does exist, and I think they actually try to identify which square it was, and I think it was something like f2 or e3 or something like that for white, and some like e6, f7.
So
for
you mean
black.
like
I'm not sure.
something that you've blundered the most, or kind of missed most of the stuff? Yeah, queen e3. What's that?
Okay.
It's getting even more confusing. So it's queen e3 to g3 to g6 perhaps, but that's kind of too sophisticated way to win it. No, really.
He wants to make sure that everything is
Queen c4 back.
perfect.
Queen c4 back. I really don't know. And then even like f4 pawn is hanging, from time to time. So I'm not even sure what's the deal here. Wait a second. Yeah, queen c4, for instance. And then after queen g3, black can play rook f6. And you are probably winning still, but
Wondering.
it's like queen f3, king g6, and still, I mean, it's some job to be done. Maybe a lot of job to be done. Maybe you're not winning at all because, how do you get the queen to d7 now? No, that's actually something that I would not recommend. Yeah, queen c4 is on the board. Black has an easier task in a way that his position is lost. He has to come up with only moves not to lose immediately. That's
The suggestion is actually to go back to e5 and continue with this idea, but I'm not sure what happens if he plays queen f3 or queen g3 here.
If queen f3, I believe g6 is what happens.
Okay.
If queen g3, I just shown, queen g3, rook f6. I think there might be that if this happened, that it's already kind of went wrong for white. Because if you trade, it's hard to win, and if you go rook d7 after rook g6, you might not be winning at all.
Ooh.
Might not be winning at all.
What if you take on f6?
Yeah, but
Because that way, then you can play something like queen f3 back.
yes, and king g6. That's...
And...
No, but that's exactly the position I thought was problematic, because how do you... Yeah, well, you have an extra pawn and it's guarded, but how do you push it forward? It seems to be no way,
how do you even move the queen?
Absolutely, yeah. No, you can play g3 and then go queen g2, but what's then, yeah? I mean, you're kind of tied down to this diagonal.
Well, this is what happened. We have g6 on
So
the
he
board
went queen
and
f3,
back
forced
e3.
g6, goes queen e3. Now he can go back to e5, but yeah, it's still kind of... He gets closer and closer to the win, but he didn't win yet.
Yeah.
He didn't win yet.
So queen e5 now.
Black goes queen a4, right?
Yeah. 5 minutes versus 3 minutes. And they're on move 59.
Now, though... wait a second. Now queen d4 wins, right? Queen d4 wins relatively, or supposed to win relatively easy. Queen d4. Trade over here. King g7. Huh.
Is it one of those anything wins situations or no?
Anything wins is dangerous mindset, right? As we discussed.
Yeah.
No, well, actually, that's exactly why I'm pausing here, because your first instinct is to say, okay, now what are we discussing? It's rook behind the passed pawn, black's rook paralyzed, everything, but white king is terribly far away, right? So over here, in fact, black goes to d5, and he'd be able to take. And wait a second, does it mean that white wins because of this silly extra tempo? Or, no, that's nonsense, never mind me. I mean, maybe you do this, no, but that, once again, you never, ever you calculate a line like this to win an pawn endgame when you're... I mean, the starting position is absolutely winning, the one that you have on the board, right? Why would you spend your time, calculate some 15 moves long line, and the end of which you have studied like winning pawn endgame? And one mistake basically means you do not win. He actually did play something. Queen d... he goes for queen d4, Jesse. He goes for queen d4. I'm very surprised. He goes for queen d4. Will we see like a miracle? Maybe there is no miracle.
There's only a miracle.
Look. Super interested, really. First things first, if you do not trade on d4, you just lose, because rook d7 or whatnot, rook d8. So I think you're supposed to trade, you're supposed to go... wait a second, what am I talking about? Never mind me. Yeah, white is winning. Forget it. The line I was talking about is so silly of me. I mean, it's so simple.
What do you mean?
It's so simple. White is winning in such a simple way.
You're talking about rook d7.
Rook d7, yeah. And I've seen the idea. This is how chess blindness works, because I've seen the idea of rook d7 after rook c7 because it's too obvious, right?
Yeah.
Then I realized that king g7 you can play rook d7. And black cannot take, yeah? But I thought, okay, but what if he doesn't take on d7? He goes with the king, like king f6, but then you can trade on f7 and still go c7. Yeah, this is it. Move 60, queen d4, last move, and Oparin
I
beats
think it actually
Yusupenko.
says that he timed out, but maybe not. I think he just resigned instead. But big congratulations! That was an excellent game.
Yeah, this is we kind of missed a part of it, but I think, yeah, that, like if I was to scroll back and check if, yeah, it looks like he always had it. I mean, he always had kind of a slight advantage, and then Black made the mistake, and it kind of gotten a bigger advantage, and he always had it under control. All right, so this is it, round 4, so we've made it to the rest day, and let's try to sum up what the results are. Today, really a lot of decisive games, 5.
5, dangerously so.
And it leaves Oparin the sole leader in Pool A. So in a way, in Pool A, the names changed, but not the situation. I would argue that.
Yeah.
Right, so now it's Oparin in the lead, Naka equals with Aronian, Yesipenko sent on last place. In Pool B, same, names change, some names change, because it was Dominguez and Keymer leading, now it's Dominguez Mamedyarov leading, but not more than that, right? And then for Pool for Pool C and D, everything has changed because Vachier takes revenge against Predke, and same goes for Tabatabai and Vityugov. Other 2 games being drawn, and that sets kind of resets, offsets all the previous results. They're on even scores, so only 2 rounds to go for Pool B and Pool C and D. Only 2 rounds to go, and anything is possible. Like everyone's at the same situation. There might be some guys who have like 2 whites left, and this is tricky, of course. But other than that.
That was a fun day, and honestly, we went from one decisive result yesterday, was it? To hoping for 2. Now we got a miraculous 5.
5, yeah. So that's really a lot. Okay, so I don't know. Should we be waiting for the press conference or just call it quits? Okay. I was told we'll have to wait for the press conference. Hopefully, it will not be too long till it happens.
Sounds good.
Yeah. I always feel a little bit sad, Jesse, when I look at an empty playing hall. Right. Okay, we have an interview.
To play, but I decided that c5 and this isolation pawn, I'll play, and it will be fine, but it's not. So.
Yeah, at one point it seemed like you just gave it all, like d4, a5. Was it like really difficult to play this position?
Yeah, and I couldn't defend, all the game, so I lost. Yeah.
Grigory, you're the leader in the group actually after the game finished between Hikaru and Levon in favor of Hikaru. So what do you think about it? Are you surprised?
I mean, it doesn't matter at this point. There are still 2 rounds to go, and everyone is within half a point or 1 point. So I mean, everyone could win the group. Everyone has a chance.
Did you have a chance to look at the other game today?
Yeah, Hikaru just got the present advantage out of the opening, and won a nice game, seemingly.
Yeah, they repeated the variation from yesterday, so you were interested about it?
Yeah. And when I analyzed the game, I wanted to play like Hikaru played today.
Yeah, so everybody it seems like, analyzed yesterday this position. Yeah, so okay, all the best. Have a great rest day.
Okay, and it seems that will be it. Once again, the scoreboard's on your screen, guys. We discussed it multiple times, right? And honestly, just if you want to add something, because I feel like I've said what I had to say. Tomorrow's the free day. Maybe one more important piece of information. I think the day, when is it? Start from tomorrow to the day after tomorrow, they changed the time, right? So those of you who have this daylight savings or whatever it is, I mean, whatever it's called, it's summertime, wintertime shift, please pay attention not to miss our very important coverage.
Oh, that's amazing. I didn't even know there would be a time shift. I thought daylight savings had already taken place. But yes, tomorrow is the rest day, and I believe on Monday, the day before tie breaks on the 28th, yes, it is the 28th. We will be joined by Vidit Gushrati when the coverage starts. So don't miss out. He'll be joining the commentary, and get your questions ready. I believe they are sort of asking you to write your questions on Twitter. They posted about it on World Chess Twitter, so don't miss it.
Yeah, and with all that being said, once again, well, maybe not a coincidence this time, but free day for the coverage also happens to be free day Saturday. I mean, most of people who work have a free day, so enjoy your free day, and please come back on Sunday. Yeah, thank you very much.
Sounds good. Bye-bye. Спасибо.
Hi, I'm Vidit Gushrati. I'm 27 years old, an international chess grandmaster from India. I'm also the brand ambassador for FIDE Online Arena. It's a place where you can play for online rating and online titles which can be recognized by FIDE officially. I feel chess is a sport which can be definitely played online, which other sports don't enjoy the luxury of. And the most important thing is that you can play from the comfort of your home, be it any time, against strong players all around the globe. And since the past 2 years, we have seen a boom in online chess. And be it for professional players or for people who have just started, I think it provides a great opportunity. In the next few months, I'll be streaming and playing games on the FIDE Online Arena. So be a part of it, and who knows, maybe we'll end up playing a game with each other. See you soon on the FIDE Online Arena.